All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to call our meeting to order. Welcome to the Nancy S. Grasmick State Education Building, home of our Maryland State Department of Education. Pleased for us to join together for our monthly meeting of the Maryland State Board of Education. At this time, Mr. Schoen, are we able to declare a quorum? Excellent. Thank you very much. And just want to acknowledge we also have Dr. Getty joining us virtually at this time. And Ziamara Medina. Ms. Medina is joining us as well. All right. At this time, please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. A few housekeeping items this morning. First, all State Board of Education meetings are recorded. The public can access the meeting via live stream from the State Board MSDE website, through our live stream vendors website, Town Hall Streams, and YouTube. People registered to give public comment can do so either virtually or in person. Meeting video, agendas, and materials are posted online. I do want to make a quick note for board members and for members of the public. We added an agenda item early this morning for a consideration of emergency regulatory action on COMAR 13A 08 01 17F, reportable offenses, confidentiality of information, and retention of documents. I'll say that again, COMAR 13A 08 01 17F, reportable offenses, confidentiality of information, and retention of documents. I want to make clear for the board and the public that we will be considering this item later this morning. With that, just a few opening remarks. First, I want to take a moment on behalf of the board to acknowledge our superintendent, Dr. Wright, as today marks 1 full year of service as state superintendent. Thank you for answering the call to serve. In taking the reins, you have made great strides in restoring trust, accountability, and partnership here at MSDE and throughout the education ecosystem in Maryland. And you have successfully focused the department and this board on improving the core work of schools in Maryland as we are deep in the implementation of the blueprint for Maryland's future. On behalf of the board, again, thank you for your leadership and for your commitment to serving the 900,000 students across the state of Maryland. Thank you. Today, our work of stewarding implementation of our state's once-in-a-generation investment in public education through the blueprint for Maryland's future continues. As Chair Emeritus or President Emeritus Crawford has set us on the path several years ago, we are truly engaging in the work of transformation of public schools in Maryland. Just want to lift a few things that we're going to be doing today. First, we will consider the initial adoption of a pre-K through 3 literacy policy, which will shape Tier 1, 2, and 3 literacy instruction and assessment to complement the significant investments in pre-K, teacher salaries, targeted intervention, and school support that is built in the blueprint. We are also going to be exploring the financial management system used to hold districts accountable for ensuring for the public that funds follow students to their schools. And we're going to be learning more about improvements in store for our assessment and accountability system, which helps us and the public know and better understand how schools are performing and how districts are performing throughout the state. And we're going to be learning more about the Technical Advisory Committee that has been reformed to really advise and shape on that work. Also pleased that we're going to have the opportunity to meet our newest local school superintendents and celebrate our school principals of the year later in the meeting. Thank you to members of the public for joining the conversation, both through public commentary and conversation since our last meeting, and for joining us today. With that, we'll go ahead and turn over to our public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers will be called on in order of their registration. We will take the in-person registrants first, followed by virtual registrants. Zoom is the platform that will be used for virtual public comment. If you experience problems connecting with your device, you may use the audio-only feature and call in using your phone. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Time will be monitored by staff. When time expires, the speaker is permitted to finish their sentence, but is required to make no further remarks. Comments shall be directed to the entire board, not to an individual board member. Board members will not respond to speakers' comments, but will take all comments under advisement. Written statements and other materials should be submitted to Mr. Hands, Executive Director of the Board, who will see that copies are made available to all board members. With that, I'd like to invite the first of our in-person participants, Nikki Woodward, Vice President, MSEA, Literacy Policy. Welcome, Ms. Woodward.
Good morning, President Michael, Vice President Golson, Superintendent Wright, and the members of the State Board of Education. My name is Nikki Woodward, and I am an early intervention infant toddler specialist for vision and visual perceptual disabilities and developmental delays. And I am testifying today on the literacy policy that the board will take a vote on later this afternoon. First, we want to express our sincere appreciation for this board and MSDE willingness to consider our previous feedback and meaningful updates, which include pushing back the retention portion of the policy to begin in 2027-2028 school year, which is closer to our recommendation of the 2028-2029. As we emphasize, our focus is not on retention, but rather on ensuring high quality instruction and robust interventions. Removing the 15-day written notification to parents and maintaining alignment with regulations that allow for a 30-day calendar reporting window. Strengthening the language around local education and agencies' requirement to provide professional learning for educators. We still emphasize the need for adequate time, resources, and equitable implementation across our LEAs. Expanding the policy scope to include pre-K students. Yay! We recommend collecting performance data for pre-K students, including enrollment and achievement breakdowns between private and public schools. As we move forward with the implementation, we strongly urge the board to prioritize the well-being and workload for educators. It's important that the policy's implementation aligns with existing collective bargaining agreements and does not impose excessive workloads on educators. As mentioned, the expansion to pre-K is a great addition, but legislative adjustments may be necessary to ensure that there are no negative, unintended consequences that result. To address the transition from infants and toddlers services to school-based special education services, the policy should align the matriculation date for children transitioning from the infant and toddler program with the September 1st cutoff date for school enrollment. This adjustment ensures that children turning 3 or 4 after the start of the school year do not miss critical early learning opportunities in pre-K programs, allows for smoother transitions, and ensures equity in early literacy development for all students. Our written version explains this in much more detail. Some additional minor modifications we noticed are the most recent version of the policy does not explicitly state the date by which the literacy policy goes into effect. That should be clear in our policy. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Woodward, and we appreciate your presence and your partnership. Next, I'd like to welcome Ms. Carrie Cuccio from Maryland Reads on the literacy policy.
Good morning. Maryland Reads commends the Maryland State Board of Education, Dr. Wright, and her team for this swift and decisive action in addressing the reading crisis. The resulting literacy policy is a huge step forward. And yet, it remains imperfect, and to ensure its successful implementation, we urge the department to establish a task force that convenes for regular meetings where MSDE can engage in a meaningful way with key stakeholders. We believe this will foster consistent and formal engagement, enhance transparency, and create opportunities for more effective collective collaboration. Such ongoing dialogue will be crucial for refining the policy, optimizing its rollout, and maximizing impact. Maryland Reads stands ready to support this activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next, we have Mr. Harold Tolbert, Literacy Policy.
Yes, greetings to the entire State Board. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you. I represent the private child care industry. I'm in Charles County, Maryland. We fully support the literacy package as presented. I just want to also emphasize that private child care centers is a key partner, and we would love to continue to work with the State Board of Ed to increase literacy and education for all of our youth. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and for being with us this morning. Next, we have Ms. Liz Zogby, Literacy Policy and Students with Disabilities.
Good morning, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, members of the board, Dr. Wright. My name is Liz Zogby from the Maryland Down Syndrome Advocacy Coalition, and I'm here today on behalf of the Education Advocacy Coalition, more than 40 organizations and individuals concerned with education policy for students with disabilities in Maryland. Many of our members have submitted comments on various parts of the literacy policy over the last few months. After many rounds of public comment, I'm here today to comment on a very significant change made in the most recent version that we fear will prevent students with disabilities from benefiting from critical provisions of the policy. The addition is item 6 in section C, which states, if a student has reading goals on their IEP, then the IEP will substitute for the development of a student reading intervention plan. This new provision seems rooted in the belief that a student's IEP should address through goals, services, and supports all that a student needs to achieve reading proficiency. In theory, we agree. In practice, however, a student's IEP will typically have 1 or 2 reading goals rather than a comprehensive set of interventions and supports that target all areas of reading deficits. Additionally, as we saw in the post-pandemic period, supplemental programs, supports, and services implemented for academic recovery efforts after COVID-related school closures often excluded students with IEPs from participation. If additional resources are brought into schools to meet the needs of students with student reading intervention plans, for example, interventions, tutors, before and after school programs, students with IEPs will easily be excluded if they are not intentionally included. It's noteworthy that other states with similarly structured literacy policies explicitly include students with disabilities. For example, Ohio's 3rd grade reading guarantee guidance states, quote, when developing RIMPs, or reading improvement and monitoring plans, it's important to remember that all students, including students with disabilities, are general education students first. Therefore, all students identified as not on track or reading below grade level require a RIMP, close quote. The guidance goes on to lay out the exact relationship between a RIMP and an IEP. Guidance in Michigan and Colorado, which I've sent to you, contain similar provisions. Maryland students with disabilities deserve the same consideration. We urge the department and the board to ensure that the literacy policy truly serves all Maryland students by requiring that all students with reading difficulties, including those with IEPs, also receive a student reading improvement plan. Otherwise, we fear that students with IEPs, the most underserved and underperforming student group, will be left behind. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this morning. We'll now shift to our virtual participants. First up, we have Ms. Sharon Seroff, Special Education. We can't hear you. Let's see. Oh, we can now. Try again.
Okay. Sorry about that. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here today because I am looking at the performance at several school systems as an advocate, and I am looking at what parents are saying online concerning how the blueprint is being implemented and how literacy is being implemented for students with disabilities, and I am greatly appalled by what is going on. I have clients who are sitting in classes, general education classes, that should be in special education classes without supports, not getting the instruction that they need on their IEPs. And now we are saying that we are going to use the IEP as the blueprint for how we teach them literacy. We're not doing our job now. How is it that excluding students with IEPs going to help those most needy? We have to stop moving the pendulum back and forth and saying less is more, because that's what I hear on a constant basis, and actually look at what works and what doesn't work. What works is giving students with disabilities, whether they have an IEP or a 504, what is explicitly written on those IEPs and 504s, and sometimes listening to the parent and the student as to what they need. Because we don't do that very often, at least not from what I'm seeing. I have been doing advocacy for over 20 years. I have been in this profession for close to 40. And I am greatly appalled by the fact that we have the one size fits all, and these students are getting excluded from the things that they need most. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments this morning. Next up, we have Ms. Gwendolyn Chapman receiving information for pre-K participation. Welcome. Ms. Chapman? Okay. Then we'll move on to our last speaker this morning, Ms. Charlamar Douglas, speaking on culturally proficient teaching and teacher preparation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. Great. 1 second. All right. Good morning. I greet you all with peace. Peace be with you all. I am Charlamar Douglas, a teacher always. This morning, I'm making a comment as the lead strategist of advocacy and policy for the Maryland Alliance for Racial Equity in Education, a coalition of education advocacy, civil rights, and community. I just lost my screen. Oh, come on, Charlamar. And community-based organizations committed to eliminating racial disparities in Maryland's education system. I want to start by saying that I am from a race of people who were deemed not citizens of this country. I am from a race of people who were enslaved in this country. My paternal side of the family has roots in the Eastern Shore of Maryland, more specifically Salisbury. And reading was not a civil right for us. We didn't have any civil rights. But we came out of that. In many communities, in spite of that, we learned how to read. But learning how to read was considered a crime. And if it was found out that you could read or that you were learning to read, it could cost you your life. And we still live in a time where, for Black folk, not knowing how to read can cost you your life and your future. We must make sure that our Black and Brown students are proficient readers. It is not enough to say, to keep elevating in our conversations what the dilemmas are for Black and Brown children, the lack of proficiency in reading and math. It's disheartening to continually hear them be centered in these conversations, but not to make changes to teacher preparation programs, delivery of instruction, curriculum choices, do not center Black and Brown children. It doesn't center their culture, the languages, and the beautiful knowledge and understandings that they bring to the learning. I'm urging us to not only talk about what is happening in the academic performance of our students, but to talk about and make changes to what students need to see in the classroom. And that is people who look like them, who sound like them, and know their culture and value and appreciate their culture. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this morning. With that, public comment concludes for this morning. We will now move on to our consent agenda, which includes minutes from September, personnel actions, budget adjustments, and one COMAR item, permission to adopt. Is there a motion to approve our consent agenda? Dr. Johnson, is there a second? Dr. Goldson, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? All right, motion passes. At this time, we will turn it over to Dr. Wright for our state superintendent's update. Dr. Wright.
Thank you. Starting off, we spent some time with the Attorney General. He wanted to visit some of our schools and offices, so I toured with the Attorney General. He visited the Division of Rehabilitative Services and also the Baltimore City Office of Child Care, and had a great opportunity to talk with staff and to find out exactly how they were helping some of the most vulnerable children and adults that we work with. He's a partner with us. He wants to work alongside our staff to ensure that there's accessible and protective environments for those who receive rehabilitative services, and also a very nurturing and safe environment for our little learners. And I want to really commend the staff at DOORS and the Division of Early Childhood, because you can see when you talk to staff, and he wandered around and talked to staff, the care and concern on the part of our staff for those that they serve. We were also fortunate enough, the United States Senate Help Committee sent its majority staff members to the department for a discussion around blueprint legislation and federal school improvement requirements. We talked about teacher pay, we talked about leadership policy, community schools, concentration of poverty funding, and the college and career readiness standard, and other issues related to Title I high poverty schools. They have been reaching out to state agencies to help inform policy decision-making in Congress and on Capitol Hill. And we had a very productive conversation around best practices, some of our challenges, and the type of support that we need at the federal level to get our work done. And I just want to say thank you to the team that came, and also to the senior leadership team that participated the entire day for that discussion. I also had the privilege of delivering the closing keynote at Raising the Bar Conference, which was hosted by the Maryland Workforce Association. This conference brought together leaders in education and workforce development, and also provided a great opportunity to strengthen the collaboration between our sectors. I highlighted how the blueprint needs strong partnerships among K-12, workforce development boards, community colleges, universities, and employers in order to successfully prepare our students for the future. We continue to work with the Children's Cabinet. I'm a member on the Children's Cabinet, and we are working on implementing the Governor's Enough Initiative. And as you know, that stands for Engaging Neighborhoods, Organizations, Unions, Governments, and Households. The application process is now underway. And so we are looking at the number of applications that are coming in, and then what that approval process is going to look like for those communities that are granted those applications. If you're unfamiliar with the initiative, it is a first of its kind, state-led, place-based strategy to create poverty-fighting opportunities driven by communities' lived experience, their expertise, along with data and cross-sector partnerships. And we are a key area in this initiative, supporting early childhood development as well as community health. There are many agencies that sit on this cabinet. Not only does the Department of Ed, but also the Department of Human Services, Department of Health, Labor, Disabilities, Information Technology, and others. And we're also looking to implement an initiative to really address the needs of older youth aged between 13 and 24. So more information will be coming in there. And then we've got a video to show you about our 34th Annual Teacher of the Year Gala, which was fantastic at the Valley Mansion earlier this month. And it was just a great opportunity to celebrate all the 24 Teachers of the Year. And we also announced our 2025 Maryland Teacher of the Year, who is Kat Lock-Jones from Baltimore City Schools. And we've got a little video to show you.
The 24-25 Maryland Teacher of the Year is Kat Lock-Jones from Baltimore City.
Wow, unbelievable. Thank you so much to the Maryland State Department of Education, to the Teacher of the Year team. Thank you to Baltimore City Public Schools, my first and only school district, my forever home.
I'm incredibly honored and I'm incredibly thankful, but the thing that makes this so impactful and so amazing is I get to represent the students that I teach every single day. Their stories are the stories worth telling, they're the stories worth writing, and the greatest honor I'll ever have is listening to those stories and handing them a pen. So to have this moment, to be able to honor them is amazing, and I am truly over the moon.
So I ask tonight, whether it's sending a text message or a Facebook message or writing an email, you thank a teacher who changed your life, because I will spend the rest of mine thanking the teachers who changed mine. Thank you.
It was really great, and thanks to all the board members that came. It was great to have everybody there, and it was just a wonderful evening and a great way to celebrate teachers. So congratulations to our 2025 Teacher of the Year. As we prepare for the 2025 legislative session, I've been meeting with a number of legislators to find out what their priorities are and also to share the board's priorities and interests. I have had meetings with Senate President Bill Ferguson, Speaker Adrian Jones, Delegate Janelle Wilkins, Delegate Vanessa Atterbury, Senator Nancy King, Senator Jim Rosapep, Senator Katie Fry-Hester, Delegate Stephanie Smith, Delegate Alethea McCaskill, and also I have met with members of the Legislative Black Caucus. And I look forward to these conversations as we move forward, because I think it's important that we're all partners in our work together, and so more to come on that. Last Wednesday, we hosted our second Comprehensive Support and Improvement Convening. More than 330 district and school leaders from CSI schools. We offered 18 different sessions. It was a virtual event, and all sessions were aligned with the 4 domains of rapid school improvement. And topics range from using school-wide enrichment models to improve student outcomes to creating a responsive school culture through stakeholder input. The session centered around conditional licensure support, strategies for supporting new teachers, addressing chronic absenteeism, data analysis, and CSI exit criteria support. And I just want to say hats off to our MSDE team that came together for this, because there were a lot of offices involved in this, and it was a true team effort. So I'm grateful to everybody that made this event happen. I'm also excited to share that we have approved the test of Chinese as a foreign language as an official MSDE World Language Assessment. This means that our students who study Mandarin now earn the Maryland Seal of Biliteracy. We work closely with the Test of Proficiency Hawaii Steering Committee to evaluate the assessment and finalizing the details to share with our LEAs. They will receive information so that all students, teachers, and families are aware of this new opportunity for biliteracy certification. And this expansion also aligns to our commitment to recognizing multilingualism and expanding opportunities for our multilingual learners. We have been traveling the state, and I do mean that, visiting several schools. We were out in Western Maryland. I joined Dr. Michael and Dr. Golson as we visited Garrett and Allegheny counties. We observed a pre-K class in Route 40 Elementary School in Frostburg and the expansion of the school's 3- and 4-year-old program. We also saw literacy instruction in second grade classrooms where the teachers were focusing on developing the foundational skills in reading. We saw a lot of great work around the science of reading as we were visiting. At Northern Garrett High School, we toured the JROTC Career and Technical Education Program. That was fascinating. I mean, if you talk about a group of young men and women who are placing themselves in this kind of a program for leadership opportunities, and it was just amazing what they've accomplished as a group. And we also included a stop in the Advanced Placement Literature class, where we had an opportunity to participate in the book that she was going over with, actually it was a short story on that William Faulkner wrote. So great things. I can tell you, when you go in these classrooms and you see these students, it warms your heart to know what Maryland's future looks like. I mean, it really does warm your heart because you see kids that are just amazing in all areas of the state. And I think sometimes we forget that these little ones are going to be sitting in our chairs someday, and it's just very heartwarming to see what exactly is happening. In Allegheny, we started our visit at Allegheny High, where we observed a variety of courses, including music, theater, biomedical sciences, and agriculture. We also visited Cressuptown Elementary, which is a Blueprint pilot school, and this designation allowed them to hire additional staff with Blueprint resources to provide more teacher planning and collaborative time. So it was a good chance to see what was being done as a pilot. And we have a video to show you about our visits. I've got to say, if you that last show, that last spot there with Dr. Michael and that little one, I think Dr. Michael kind of met his match. He was very sure of himself and everything he said and did, and so it was really so cute just to watch the interaction. We also visited the Early Childhood Development and Education Center, Kennedy Krieger, who works to improve, obviously, the lives of our children, adolescents, and adults with neurological, rehabilitative, or developmental needs. And during our visit, we met, obviously, with former State Superintendent Dr. Nancy Krasnick, who leads the Institute's Center for Innovation and Leadership in Special Education, their Chief Clinical Officer, Dr. Jackie Stone, and Assistant Vice President Marcella Frankowski, who all of you may know from her past time here. And yesterday, I went to Phelps Luck Elementary in Howard County. I got a chance to walk the school with the principal and their school leaders. It is a Title I school, and it's known for its inclusive environment, strong academic programs, and enrichment opportunities, including STEM, arts programs, and social emotional learning, and also lots of great teaching going on around the foundational skills of reading. So it just warms your heart to go in. I can't say that enough. I mean, having been a principal, I mean, that's those of you that are here, you know what that's like to be back in the school or as a teacher back in the school. And it's terrific. We've got so many wonderful things happening across the state, and it's just a joy to be able to bring this to you in just a little bit at a time. And with that, I'll conclude my update.
Thank you, Dr. Wright, for your update this morning. Colleagues, we will now move to the next portion of our agenda, permission to publish emergency amendments, COMAR 13A 080117F, school use of reportable offenses, confidentiality of information, and retention of documents. As stated at the beginning of this meeting, this was an add this morning to our agenda. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Wright to introduce staff presenters on this item.
Yes, and I'm going to ask Mary Gable to come to the chair. So while she's coming and getting set up with the PowerPoint, I just want to kind of lay the background on this. Each day, our schools are entrusted with the safety of students, staff, and community members. I want to share with you that MSDE is urgently and deliberately working to ensure that schools remain safe places to learn, teach, and work. MSDE is working to implement recommendations related to students who are either alleged to have committed or are convicted of criminal acts known as reportable offenses. We must be as clear and transparent as possible between and across school systems when it comes to sharing information about transfer students who may pose a threat to school communities. We will continue to review applicable laws and regulations to ensure that our school leaders have the information that they need to keep school buildings safe. It has come to our attention that our regulations allow for, but do not require, communication between school districts in such cases. The change we are proposing today through emergency regulations will help to close that communication gap. While I will not comment on a minor's specific enrollment status at this time, I want to note that today's actions only address direct student transfers from one Maryland public school system to another. It does not address students with juvenile criminal records or allegations who come to Maryland schools from independent education programs, out-of-state placements, non-public schools, or other placements. We must develop comprehensive solutions that address these circumstances as well, working collaboratively across school districts, the Department of Juvenile Services, the Juvenile Services Education Program, other state government agencies, our law enforcement partners, and other stakeholders to address complex factors that may endanger school communities. Therefore, I am issuing the following action today, effective immediately. 1, local school system superintendent shall immediately inform the school principal and the school security officer, where applicable, of a student who has been arrested for a reportable offense or an offense related to membership in a criminal organization. Number 2, in addition, if the student was convicted, found delinquent, or the charge or petition is still pending, a local superintendent or school principal shall transmit the information obtained as a confidential file to the local superintendent of another public school system or to another non-public school in the state in which the student has enrolled or transferred. And 3, additionally, superintendents shall ensure that all records have been sent as a confidential file for their students with reportable offenses who were enrolled since the start of the 23-24 school year and have since been transferred to another school system or another non-public school in Maryland. In closing, I want to thank State Senators Clarence Lamb and Katie Fry-Hester and Delegate Courtney Watson for bringing this matter to our attention, and to all stakeholders for your concern and collaboration as we work together toward the shared goal of keeping all students safe in public schools. And I'll turn this now over to Mary Gable.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, members of the board. Thank you for that introduction. And we are looking at COMAR 13A 0801 17F. And so we're going to look at a couple of things you can see before you. What is the reportable offense regulation? A review of the definition. What are we talking about now about the confidentiality? What is the amendment that Dr. Wright has just explained that we'll be proposing, and what is an emergency regulation, because we bring this forward to you as an emergency reg. So just a little history. COMAR was amended due to 2022 General Assembly statute that was passed specifically in the statute 7-303 and 305. An amended regulation came before you, the state board, in July of 2023. Following that, you approved at that time permission to publish the amendments to the regulation. It was published in the Maryland Register, came back with comments. You addressed those comments and chose to make additional amendments. With additional amendments, the regulation went out again for public comment. That goes through the whole process. Again, it went out for public comment. It came back to you again. So it went out again in March 26, 2024. And then the final regulation came to you as recently as July 23rd, 2024, just a couple of months ago. At that time, you adopted the regulation. That's kind of the short version of the history. So what's a reportable offense as a review for all of you? A reportable offense is an offense that does not occur on school premises. It is not a discipline matter. It did not occur at an event, a sporting event, or any other event sponsored by the school. It is a serious offense, and those serious offenses are delineated both in the statute and in COMAR. It includes such things as murder, arson, armed carjacking, sexual offenses are among the serious offenses. There are additional offenses, but these are serious offenses. These are not minor offenses. It also includes offenses that are related to a student's membership in a criminal organization, which also must be reported. So what is the confidentiality of information and retention of documents? This is one section of the reportable offense regulation that you approved in July or adopted. And basically, if we look, the major part of it, and Dr. Wright mentioned, one of the things that we always talk about is the transfer of of the permanent educational record in a confidential manner. And this information comes to the superintendent through either the state's attorney or the law enforcement. It comes to the superintendent shares that with the principal and the school security guard if in fact the school has a school security guard. What we're addressing today is number 2, a disposition of a reportable offense that has a conviction or adjudication of delinquency, or the criminal charge of delinquency is still pending. A local superintendent or school principal, as stated now, says may transmit the information under the regulation to a superintendent in which a student transfers, or not only to a superintendent in a public school system, but also another non-public school in the state. So what we bring before you is a one-word change. Rather than saying a superintendent may, and that in the course of all the work, we are proposing before you that the superintendent shall. So this is in the event that a student is in one LEA, that LEA superintendent principal has been notified, but at some point the student transfers directly to another LEA. And right now, the language in the regulation says may. We propose to you today, Dr. Wright, that the language change to shall. We are also proposing that this be an emergency regulation, and I'll just go through some of the specifics of an emergency reg. This is a little different than what we generally bring to you. This is saying a regulation can be adopted when there is something serious that comes before the superintendent and the board that this needs to be addressed immediately and cannot go through the process of AELR, which it will still do, and then a 30-day publication and come back. And as you know, that could take 3 to 4 months in order to go through that entire process. So approval of the agency to create an emergency reg rests with the AELR. That is the Administrative, Executive, Legislative Review Committee of the General Assembly. All of your regulations, all of your decisions regarding a regulation go through AELR. We must give reasons of why we're doing that, why you're proposing that. It does impose a time limit, so at this point, the regulation, the proposal of the emergency regulation is good for 180 days, and then goes through, and the AELR committee will look at that. They're free to alter the conditions if there are any, if they have any questions. Once they grant approval, the emergency reg goes into effect immediately without the opportunity for public comment or without prior publication, as I mentioned, in the Maryland Register. The full text will always be published in the next available issue of the Register. It also has to be published on our website. The regulation must be promulgated by the agency, and if the agency does not wish to continue, they can always withdraw that. So based on the seriousness of this situation, Dr. Wright, MSDE, is proposing this regulatory change, which you have in front of you in terms of just I have it on the screen, but also a copy of just the section. As you recall, in July, it's pretty lengthy, meaty regulation that you passed, and there was a lot of consideration, a lot of work that went into that. At this time, we present to you this request for an emergency reg to change this regulation and request your approval to move forward.
So to summarize, Mr. Chair, we are requesting that the State Board grant permission to publish the emergency regulation under COMAR 13A.08.01.17, school use of reportable offenses.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Colleagues, a couple comments on process. First, I'm going to open it up for any questions that you may have about what was presented to us. Then we will entertain a motion, at which time, if you have specific comments that you'd like to make, happy to do that. I want to state specifically, we are not going to entertain discussion of any specific cases that may be in the news. And so our focus of the conversation here will be on the policy matter itself. Are there any questions on process before we jump in? Okay, so first I'll open it up. Are there any clarifying questions for Dr. Wright or staff? Mr. Paul.
Yes, thank you so much for your work. Main question is, with what changes are triggered from turning this into discretionary to mandatory? So in particular, what duty arises to learn what non-public school a student may be transferring to, because this is now a mandatory notice requirement. So does that require a change later here, some blah, 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 a confidential file to the local superintendent of another school system or to another non-public school in the state in which the local school superintendent reasonably believes or knows or should have known or whatever that the student has enrolled or transferred to? Because right now it seems like, well, you got to figure out where they're going and send it. So I'm just want to raise that issue because it's now going from discretionary to mandatory.
Certainly. This is procedure. As a student who is presently enrolled in a school system, if that student is no longer going to attend that school system, then that student is withdrawn. That withdrawal comes with a code of what the reason is for the withdrawal. then it's determined where is the student going to go. I mean, you have compulsory education through the age of 18. So a student cannot withdraw and no longer attend school. So the question would be for any parent or legal authority in any way, where's the student going to go? And that information is then recorded. And so the superintendent does have access. And we have codes that are in our system of where the student is going.
Very good. Mr. Greer.
Just two quick questions. One clarifying. We won't know, I'm assuming just based on what I read here and learning about the emergency regulation, we won't know about the timeline for how long this will be in place, or do we have a sense of how long is this in place temporarily? Like when do we have to come back and say that we're going to promulgate it versus?
We will promulgate it, and it's kind of two things happen at once. But Elliot, do you want to respond? You were shaking your head.
Oh, no, I was actually shaking my head to what Zach just said to me. No, so an emergency regulation is in effect for 180 days, and that gives the agency the time to go through the normal promulgation process.
Got it. That's helpful. And then just a general question here. Shall is meant to be an imperative. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Got it. Thanks.
Other clarifying questions? Dr. Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your efforts. I just want to know how is the superintendent informed from the law enforcement agency about the child's record?
That can be a variety of ways that the law enforcement or state's attorney contacts the superintendent, whether that is in writing, whether that's a call, whether that's a meeting. That would really be up to the state's attorney or the law enforcement agency of how they contact. It actually says they contact the superintendent, the principal, or the security officer if there is one, but frequently could contact the superintendent. Superintendent may say they'll take that on, but that would depend on that particular agency.
I just want to add, for larger school districts, typically they contact the director of security services, who then contacts the superintendent and the principal.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson and Dr. Goldson. Are there any other clarifying questions? I have one. When should we expect would we expect to receive and begin the full regulation process?
So we'll work with our AGs, but that is going to happen simultaneously. So it's not like you wait and do an emergency reg and then you go into gear and do it formally. So you do both at the same time, and it's just the 30 days will occur in terms of the process. So we will not wait to do that.
So we should expect to receive that in December?
What is this?
At our
month?
next meeting. Yeah. So at our next meeting.
We don't have a November meeting.
We do not have a November meeting. I don't know that we have to bring it back. Do we have to bring it back, Elliot?
Dr. Wright asked for permission to publish. So I think
Okay.
you can do both now, do it as emergency and permission to publish, and then make the request to Division of State Documents and AELR to review.
Great. All right, so to clarify, and we'll move now to the requested action. State Superintendent is requesting that the State Board grant permission to publish emergency regulations under COMAR 13A080117F, School Use of Reportable Offenses, Confidentiality of Information and Retention of Documents. And for clarity's sake, this advances both the emergency regulations, which has a 180-day time on it, in addition to permission to publish on the full regulation itself. At this time, I'll entertain a motion. Okay, Dr. Lewis, is there a second? Ms. McCusker, at this time, are there any additional comments on our proposed action today? All right, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? I'm looking for a voice vote from our online members. I'll start with Board Member Medina.
Aye.
And Dr. Getty.
Aye.
Very good. Mr. Schoen, I believe it's unanimous? Correct. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, we will move on to the next item on our agenda, Assessment and Accountability Task Force and Technical Advisory Committee update. This time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Wright.
Sure. Always happy to bring you an update. You're going to get 2 in 1 today, and I'm going to ask Dr. Scott Marion to come. Dr. Marion chairs our Assessment and Accountability Task Force, along with Dr. Krista Molesky, and we are going to be blessed to also let you know that Dr. Marion is also going to be chairing our Technical Advisory Committee. So we've got a lot of talent here, which we're really pleased to have. And Jeff Sanderson has been serving, or speak to me, Carrie. Jeff has also been serving on our Assessment and Accountability Task Force and planning the next few meetings. The recommendations, as you know, are going to be coming to you in December, and the task force has been making some really good progress. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Marion and to Mr. Sanderson.
Kick it off. Thank you, Dr. Wright. Good morning, board members. As Dr. Wright indicated, back in the spring, we engaged with the Center for Assessment in 2 real work streams in trying to support our efforts going forward relative to assessment and accountability. First and foremost, Dr. Wright had launched the task force that all of you are familiar with. We've been engaged in meetings beginning as early as May. First part of May, we held our first meeting. We've since had 6 meetings to date, 2 more that are scheduled in coming weeks, as well as a couple of actually subcommittee meetings to address special interests relative to the work that we're doing with the Assessment and Accountability Task Force. In addition to that, we also sent out a request for proposal for support in facilitating a new Technical Advisory Committee. That work and contract was awarded to the Center for Assessment as well. So it's been a great partnership to be able to have the support in 2 critical areas of work for us. And with us today is Dr. Scott Marion, who's the executive director for the center. He's also an authority in all things related to my work and the work that we've been engaged in, and really the foremost authority, if you will, in this space. And so it's been exciting to be able to learn from Dr. Marion and learn from his team and from the center. And with that, I'll allow him to go ahead and get started for us.
That was very kind, Jeff. Thank you. And I am a member of the National Assessment Governing Board, the board that sets policy for the National Assessment of Educational Progress. And I just was in Jeff's office doing a little pre-meeting with for finance, and I said, I'm about to go present to Dr. Wright and the board. And as many of you know, Dr. Wright served on NAGB for many years, and they all say, we miss you, come back. So it was, yeah, all your friends say hi. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So just quickly, my organization is it's a much longer name than we usually use in practice. The National Center for the Improvement of Educational Assessment. We go by Center for Assessment. We're a New Hampshire-based nonprofit technical and policy consulting firm. We're 26 years old now, and our main goal is figuring out how we can use and design assessment and accountability systems to better support student learning than they tend to do on their own. We work primarily with states. About 2/3 of our business is with states, but we also work with large school districts. We work with NGOs like the Council for Chief State School Officers. We do some work for the federal government, and education and philanthropies like Walton and Schusterman and Gates and folks like that. We have 15 full-time professionals, so if you do the math, working in about 40 states, there's only 15 of us. We're bouncing around a lot. All of us, we like to think that we're friendly nerds. We all have these degrees in psychometrics and things like that, but we've almost all of us have worked in the real world, whether that's teaching, district leadership, state leadership. Many of us were I was state directors of assessment years ago. I was the director of assessment in Wyoming. I was a science teacher before that. I was a field biologist before that. And we're nonpartisan and we're independent of any government organization. So as Jeff said, two streams of work that I'm going to update you about. Most of the time will be spent on the Assessment and Accountability Task Force. So I should call these task force the way we gather people. It's like a little Noah's Ark, right? You got two superintendents, two state board members, two teachers, two principals, and you know, you put together this diverse set of people, and you learn a lot. And it's some of our favorite work. I actually think it's my favorite work, and it started really picking up in around 2014, 2015. I was actually back working in Wyoming, and to be honest, I was working for the legislature, which is an unusual role for us. They were a little chicken to commit one way or another to park or smarter balance or go their own way. I said, we could help you with this. And we created this task force. I had 26 members. And the other thing I was frustrated with at the time, states were changing assessment systems. I just joke, more often than I change my socks. And for for folks in the trenches, for teachers and principals, that's just chaos. You can't focus on teaching and learning one state. And so the beauty of these task force type processes is you create, and I'll show you some, these memorialized reports. So when, you know, because a lot of times a legislator will be in the grocery store and they'll hear from a constituent and say, our assessment system stinks, you need to change it. And they write a bill, and the next thing you know, well, now folks in the State Department can say, oh, no, we looked at that, and here's the report. And we had all these really smart people. Oh, there was a neighbor of yours was on this group as well. And so it does sort of, you could see, well, you can't see, but it's there. Trust me. It's a pretty impressive group that we have on this task force. And we like to talk about, we're horrible at cocktail parties. We like to talk about assessment and accountability. But the beauty of this task force is we do a lot less talking and we do a lot more listening, because we have a really smart group of people and we make them work. And so, I've already talked about this. So I say in many places, this process could take a year or more. It rarely takes less than 6 months. And that's when we focus either on assessment or accountability. But as I say, when you work with Dr. Wright, you got to put your seatbelt on, because in Maryland we're doing both in about 7 months, and we're really proud of the work, and we're really and the reason for that too is there's been some concerns, as you know, about the state assessment system, some concerns about the state accountability system. One of the primary uses of the state assessment system, in fact, the primary use, is to serve as a key input for your accountability system. So we had to start looking at the accountability system before we could think about what was needed for the state assessment system. And these are, I just said, they're becoming more common because they are useful. And just going around there's couple from Utah, South Carolina, New Mexico, Nebraska, the Grand Tetons there, Wyoming, and Alabama just finished. My colleague Chris Domaleski and Carla Evans just finished one in Massachusetts. We have this one going on, and just came from Dover, Delaware yesterday. We're wrapping up a little project there as well on this, and so. As Jeff said, we're making, actually, we could actually start sliding that circle over one more. You see, we started in May, and we worked through a pretty deliberative process of laying the foundations, because I always say to people, I just do a lot of survey design, and I often help groups, nonprofits, and things like that. And everybody just wants to throw questions at you. That's the worst way to design a survey. That's the worst way to design a test. You have to think about the framework. What are you trying to understand? What information do you need? Who's going to use that information? So we really start people, even though everybody on this group is familiar with state assessments, familiar with local assessments, we have to start from the beginning. and we're getting there. And the purpose of today is to give you a little preview. My colleagues Chris Domaleski and Carol Latisis will be presenting at your December 3rd meeting the final report. I have tough duty. I'll be leading the Hawaii Technical Advisory Committee that day, but somebody's got to do it. So, and here's an overview of the report that you will see, and stuff that you would expect, introduction. The key thing here, identifying pain points, like what don't you like, what do you like about the current assessment and accountability system, and then using that to help clarify goals. We'll talk about the various deliberations. We won't just come out and say the recommendation was X. We'll talk about what things were considered and set aside, assessment deliberations and recommendations, and then it's recommendations for implementation. If we just leave this and say, here you go, have fun, it's not fair to the state. So we will have some recommendations for implementation. And then one of the things that we've been really harping on, I actually had the state legislator in Wyoming, a different one, designing an accountability system. And he says, well, how do I know if this is going to work? I said, well, we don't right now. So why should I pay you? I said, because that's what the contract says. But if we want to do a contract to talk about how do you build a system of continuous improvement and evaluation, that's the kind of work that we're doing right now in several states, because that's really critical, because it's hard to get these things right out of the gate. And then just for those who like to dabble in this stuff, for the accountability, there's, and so we're required to have an accountability, a school accountability system that identifies schools for what we call comprehensive support and improvement, targeted support and improvement under the federal Every Student Succeeds Act. And so one of the things we do is we want to make sure that you stay out of the federal compliance jail and make sure that you're building a system that is compliant, and you have one now that is. But then we spent a lot of time talking about ways of measuring and reporting student longitudinal growth. How much does a particular student improve from 3rd grade to 4th grade or 4th grade to, not how overall, how the school, what's the change in proficiency rate, but following individual kids. That's currently part of your system, and it's actually interesting. We've been debating over two particular approaches to this, and it's sort of like watching the presidential polls. Every time we take a vote on it, it doesn't really change that much. So even with more information. So I'm curious to see where it's going to come out, and you'll find out on December 3rd where we'll likely come out. One of the key things that you have in Maryland is actually a good fortune for you folks is you have the blueprint, and the blueprint for Maryland's future. And as you know, they have spent a lot of effort focusing on post-secondary readiness. Well, if we're going to have this group that's trying to operationalize an accountability system that's going to likely include some notion of post-secondary readiness, it would be a disservice to the state to have those be incoherent. And it would be hard for school folks. It would be hard for folks in the field to understand, well, wait a second, the blueprint folks are telling me that we're doing great, and the state office is saying we're not. How does that make sense? So our goal, and it actually does fit together pretty well, because the blueprint folks are really focused on readiness by grade 10, and that's readiness to go on and pursue more complex topics, whereas our group, the task force, is focused on readiness really throughout the system, looking at these grade 10 indicators as a key component of readiness. But we want students, for instance, readiness in, as according to the blueprint, talks about things like success in Algebra 1 and things like that. That's great, but that's not readiness for college or career. And so we're looking at other indicators that would be increase a student's likelihood to have some type of post-secondary, meaningful post-secondary options. It's not privileging one over the other, but meaningful post-secondary options. So that coherence is pretty exciting and, of course, a little challenging. And then what we're actually still working on and in upcoming meetings is you have all this information and you have to put it together in some way to ultimately make these determinations about does this school get identified for additional support and improvement or not? Or does it get some other accolade or things like that? I always joke that everybody talks about the value of multiple measures until it's your job to put them together in a way that's defensible and credible. And so that's what the task force will be spending our November 12th meeting on. And then we've talked a bunch about measuring more of what matters, because you hear these, you guys likely hear these complaints. Oh, this only focuses on reading and math and grades really 3 through 8, and then this high school thing we have. And so we want things like school climate and other things in there. It's very hard to do that well. That could be something that evolves as we get better at measuring these things, but it's our job also to help keep in mind things that are easily corruptible that we've seen. And so I have a friend, Andrew Ho, who's also a former NAGB member, asked me, we talked about unintended negative consequences. He said, but if they're predictable, do they really count as unintended? And so if there's things, and how do you, the first job, I remember in this field, I was working on this research project, and back when we had these things called libraries, I came back from the library and I said to her, look at all this great stuff I found on this. He said, yeah, I heard you could learn a lot by going to the library, right? And sure enough, we know a lot about things that, like, if every time we use it, it gets corrupted, maybe we hold off until we could figure out a different way. And then for the assessment part, that was accountability. Right, we had to think about what are the required and other intended uses of test scores. So the sad truth is that tests can serve one purpose well by design, maybe two if they're closely aligned purposes. But when people say, I want an assessment that's going to serve accountability and support instruction in the classroom, I want a lot of things too, but you just, and I say every time we try to have assessment, instruction and accountability go up against each other, accountability is undefeated. It just swamps the instruction. So we need different assessments for instruction, right? Why would I want something at the end of the year when the kids are going out the door? We want things that teachers actually could find credible, and these are the kinds of things I should be teaching and caring about, but that's, remember, the primary use here is for accountability and system monitoring. As your role as state board members, your goal is you have to monitor the educational system over time. We focused a lot about score reporting, and we talked about the state's role in providing resources other than required tests, such as interim or benchmark tests. We'll see. We spent a lot of time talking about right now, well, you actually have a little bit of a interesting system, we'll put it that way, where it's in some grades and subjects you have what's called computer adaptive testing. In other grades and subjects you have what we call fixed form testing. Fixed form testing is every 5th grade math student takes the same test items. An adaptive test is one that the computer algorithm adjusts to your prior performance on the items and tries to tailor it. And so we've spent a lot of time talking about the trade-offs associated with each thing. In our field, unfortunately, there's trade-offs for, if you pick one thing, you're giving up something else, and you just try to maximize the advantages and minimize the disadvantages. And then, as you know, communication and credibility has been an issue around assessment in this state. And so the task force has talked about what are ways that we could enhance the positive communication, not propaganda, but positive communication about what's going on, how people are using test scores effectively. Right? I run a place called the Center for Assessment, so I'm biased, obviously, but I'm convinced that we could use these assessments productively to evaluate programs and policies and things like that. So that's the Assessment Accountability Task Force. I'm also thrilled to facilitate this Technical Advisory Committee. So what is this thing we call a TAC? They're independent bodies generally. They're outside experts. We do use Maryland experts as well. And we want to help the state provide oversight over its testing and accountability programs with folks who really don't have a dog in the fight other than they're working for Maryland. So they are willing to talk very directly to testing contractors, which they sometimes need, talk very directly to state officials about, are you doing that? I'm not sure you should be doing that. So it's an independent check. It bolsters credibility. Every state has to submit its assessment system for peer review under the U.S. Department of Education's assessment and standards and assessment regulations rules, and which under Every Student Succeeds Act. To do that without having your technical advisory committee review what you're submitting, particularly in some tricky areas, is really a recipe for disaster. It's already a torturous process dealing with the feds on this, and so if you have your TAC behind you, it's really helpful. The thing we like about TACs is we don't like getting information and say, somebody screwed up, you should have done it this way. The goal is to be proactive, so you don't have to have that conversation. So as you're planning your assessment cycle this year, what are the things you need to work on? And so we think that having frankly, folks like us helping to facilitate this, make sure that we don't just set all right, what's the emergency today? That's the agenda for the upcoming TAC meeting. What are the sequence of topics that we need to be discussing in the next year, year and a half, and things like that? And so how do you select these TAC members? There's a whole set of categories of expertise. We can't have a 20-person TAC, so you look for people with overlapping expertise, and in many cases you find that. And so I'm really thrilled. Actually, we just added someone else. This is like an all-star TAC. So Dr. Molly Faulkner-Bond lives just down the road in Virginia and is a real foremost expert on, she has a PhD in psychometrics, but she's a real expert in second language learning and multilingual learners. Andrew Ho and Derek Briggs are probably, if you were picking any TAC in the country, you would want one of them, at least one of them on it. They are the top of our field. They've taken over as the baton has been passed to them in our field. Andrew is now the president of the National Council on Measurement Education. Dr. Carol Latisis works for me. She comes from Educational Testing Service after 25 years and is a real expert in understanding the assessment needs and requirements and accommodations for students with disabilities. Dr. Kendra Middleton is Howard University. Kendra's a real expert in some esoteric psychometric things like what we call scaling and equating. How do you know the test scores from one year to the other mean the same thing? And Sanford Student is a University of Delaware second-year faculty member who is a rising star in our field, and he's one of our foremost experts in measuring and evaluating student longitudinal growth. We also just recently appointed, after I submitted these slides, Hong Zhao, Dr. Hong Zhao, who is the head of the University of Maryland's Assessment Research Center. She was a former TAC member, so we have 6, and then I will lead and facilitate this TAC. We have certain people who just facilitate and don't offer their opinions, and then you have people like me. And so one of the key things that we do is work with the state to set an agenda, like I said, far in advance, ensure the testing companies and other produce the materials, because I always say these TAC members are so smart. You could bring any topic and you'll have an interesting conversation, but it might not be any use to people like Jeff and Dr. Wright. It's great. They had a fun conversation. The goal is to have a productive conversation for the state of Maryland. And so with that, we have to ensure they have the necessary materials, and we have agenda items that are worthy of the tax time and that could be acted on in a meaningful way. If they're just reporting like a book report, like, well, we did this. Oh, that's nice. I wouldn't have done it that way. Well, too late. We did it. And we want to talk about things looking forward. We facilitate the meetings, and then we summarize what are the action items. And the action items could be for MSDE. They could be for, most likely, for the testing contractors, and sometimes for us. And where do we do this work? So the green is where we run these tax. So this is not our first rodeo. We've been doing this for a long time. And the blue is where folks from the center are on tax. So we, sometimes a guy who founded the center, Rich Hill, says, people think we're smart. We're not that smart. We're just like honeybees. We just carry different information and pollinate, cross-pollinate from all these other places where we work. And so how will a tax support this board and MSDE, right? And so it's key things, as you know, looking forward, we could be looking at a new assessment system. So helping to guide that design, helping to provide some insight into the request for proposal process, supporting implementation. What's the best way to implement these systems that could minimize these unintended negative consequences? Importantly, how do we document and how do we build a case that what we're doing is leading to the most valid inferences we could produce? And then the boring stuff, but the stuff that if you don't do well will kill you, the quality assurance, quality control. And so the recommendations from the assessment task force will help frame the requests for proposals for the next assessment system. And that's really a fantastic role for these task forces, because one of the things that states don't often do, they just say, all right, well, give us our last RFP and let's just change the dates and things like that. But it's so important to specify the goals, what you want, and then you actually count on the creativity of some of these companies to design the most effective solutions. So the task force is helping to do that. But then we have the TAC to help provide the technical oversight in saying, yeah, that way you're constructing that adaptive test, there's no research to support that. So what about these other approaches? And you get that kind of design expertise. I think I held to the time. Sometimes just wind me up. But Dr. Michael, any questions? I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you very much. All right. We'll turn it over to board members. Any questions or comments? Dr. Johnson.
I just need clarification. You mentioned that the assessment and accountability does not actually measure the longitudinal growth of students. So how can one assessment measure accountability and student growth?
Good question, Dr. Johnson. So because we have these assessments each year, and we have these robust student information systems now, we are able to follow the progress of individual students through their educational career. And we're able to, there's various ways, there's commonly used in this country 4 or 5 ways to document student longitudinal growth through things like value-added models, student growth percentile models, value tables, things like that. So we will be as part of your accountability system, there will be a growth measure that tracks the progress of individual kids and then aggregates it to schools or districts or things like that.
But we don't currently do that, am I correct?
You do. You
We
do that. You do it now. It's just, it's not
I don't know.
reported in maybe the most transparent ways. That's what
Yeah.
we're hearing from the task force.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Mr. Greer.
Thank you for this. I've been excited to hear this for a while. So, this is great. Yeah, it's really, really good. Mine too. So two things. One, love the addition and the focus of an expert on multilingual learners. I think we need that more now than ever, and would love to see one of those two members from Maryland that will be named with specialization in that area if we don't already have it on the TAC. I don't know the background of everybody on the TAC, but would love to make sure that that's elevated. Second, just sort of two-part question. I understand this body existed before here in Maryland in some way or some iteration. Were there findings and recommendations from that body that are being built upon here, and we're going to kind of add those in? And then what's the status of their recommendations in the past?
So I'm not aware that our TAC, I'm not aware that the prior people, our TAC has really not been functioning for a number of years. No. And
Okay.
so that's the reason that knowing the sequence that we're taking, knowing that our vendor contract ends December 2026, and knowing all of the concerns that I've heard from superintendents and other people in the field in Maryland around the credibility of the assessment. This was a timely thing, I thought, to put the assessment and accountability task force first. Get the diverse group together, and it is, if you take a look, it's a very diverse group, but a very talented group of people. And so walking them through, this is what a strong accountability system looks like. What do you want in your accountability system? You know, what do you want to keep? What do you want to add? What do you want to delete? And then now moving into, okay, now let's talk about what a strong assessment system looks like. Then combined, this is feeding into then, as Dr. Marion just mentioned, the RFP that's going to have to go out around the brand new assessment system. So I can't say enough about the power of having a technical advisory committee. I don't know what I would have ever done without one, and I was blessed to have Dr. Chris Domaleski, who is the #2 guy at the center, chair my TAC in Mississippi, and it really does help you build a strong assessment and a strong accountability system. And so having that level of expertise, I just cannot say enough about, and the fact that we've got the center doing this is huge for us. So I just think timely wise, I think this is all kind of sequenced very well, because you know we're also going through the revision of our ELA and math standards and science standards as well. So this is all gets fed into the assessment system. So you will have the most recent standards, you will have the most recent pieces of information around what builds a strong assessment system, and the most recent recommendations around what we should be doing around accountability. So all of this obviously will, we'll come back to you and keep you apprised, but I'm just really thankful that we've got an expert set of eyes, and if you took a look at those folks, they are nationally known, and so we're blessed to have that kind of eyes really, and that expertise really scrutinizing our work, and that's the way I look at it. I want Scott looking over my shoulder and saying, not so sure about that, or, I love that idea, because that's his world, and that's not mine.
Yeah, I think
she knows I'll tell her if I disagree.
Yeah. Oh, yes, he will. Yes, he will.
I think it's good timing in that what's the proverb? The best time to plant a tree would have been 20 years ago. The next best time would have been today. I think that this is good timing. It's a good 1-2 support system, and I'm eager to see where it goes from here. And good catch that it wasn't in existence or was just defunct, I guess. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Greer. Ms. McCusker.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. I have a question about our assessment system, and I don't know that there's much to be done about it, but it's just something that I have been looking recently at some research articles, a book about how the digital reading is processed differently than print reading. And so we have a fully digital test. And it sounds like, when you're looking at whether or not it sounds like it's going to stay that way. And I understand the reason, some of the reasoning for that is that we can certainly get the test results quicker. A lot of it can be graded immediately, and you can get that information. But has there been any attention paid in your meetings to the idea that kids might not be processing it the same way in print or on the computer as they did in print? And how does that affect outcomes?
To be fair, Ms. McCusker, it was never on the table that we would not do a computer-based test, just because of all the ramifications associated with not doing it. But your point is well taken. I'm married to a reading specialist, trust me, and an artist, so it's like I get both. So we have fun discussions, and I'll say, oh, where's the evidence for that?
Yeah, I'm a music teacher, so
okay.
I think your wife and I would be good friends.
But it's so you're right, and this is frankly a crisis today. As I said on the National Assessment Governing Board, we're seeing these just dramatic changes in reading behavior, and I know for me, if I have to read something carefully, I'll print it out. I just read it differently. But my youngest college sent me, it was like a paragraph over text of her opening paragraph to this paper. I said, I'm not reading it. Email it to me at least. I'll read it on a computer, but they got to read it bigger, right? But I think kids now are being exposed. But I do think for the youngest kids, it's something to look at. I think by the time they're in 4th or 5th grade, they just have so much practice on computers. What I don't know, and we have one of the foremost experts sitting right here on early reading, is to the extent to which we're training kids on both. Frankly, one of the things I'm disturbed about I'll pick on them, is on the SAT, the new writing prompts have shifted because they want to be able to tailor one question to each prompt. So what used to be a 700 or 800 word prompt, 500-700, is now 200, 250. It's not even a full letter to the editor prompt and tying a question. I like to think that reading's more than that. So, but I'm old, so maybe the nature of reading is changing such. But the short answer to your question is we never considered not having a computer-based test. If there's other ways for certain accommodations, kids might actually see things on paper. But I don't know if you want to weigh anything. I don't know.
But is there a way to, when you look at the results in the data, when we get the data, is there a way to factor in for that? I guess I mean, I never thought that we'd move to a paper test. That's not what I was suggesting. But how do we account for that, and how do we if we're saying that this student is, maybe you've got a kid who's sitting right on the line and we're saying they're not proficient, are they truly not proficient, or were they just sort of skimming because that's what their brain does when they're looking at electronic digital media? So can you even
so I was one of those things where I could go to the library, and so I would just think, I could think of a study that I would do, but then I thought somebody must have done this study. So I will find the answer to you. I'll get it back through the staff, because I have to believe that there are studies done on this and the impact on particularly young kids. So
thank you.
That'll save me from doing a study. Just go to the library.
Thank you. Dr. Mila McCarthy.
Thank you, Ms. McCusker, for bringing that up. I do want to clarify that it's not only something that's relevant for young readers, it's relevant for all readers. Here at the department a couple of weeks ago, there was a seminar hosted by the department, and I think it was the Reading League, correct? Marilyn Reads, and Dr. Marianne Wolf, one of the foremost researchers in this country, was here talking about how we comprehend digitally versus on paper. So if you're looking for a good research study and a good consultant, I would highly recommend Dr. Wolf, and I don't know how we fix this, but I think you're right on, because we do skim. And so I think if we're really looking at assessing reading, where the researchers will tell you there's no real good way to assess reading comprehension, I think we need to kind of step outside the box and think about other ways or other methodologies or how we make it work better. So thank you.
If I may, Josh, so that's a great point. And this is, again, where the notion of an assessment system comes in. There's only so much we could do on a large-scale assessment, and one of the biggest pressures we hear is make it shorter, right? And so every time we want to do, and I was one of the original designers of PARC, so I wear that 10-hour test with shame. I was like, what was I thinking? I thought it was such a great idea. We're going to assess everything, and it was a bad idea. And so, but this is where an assessment system, so I would think, and this is something that, you know, in your bully pulpit here, that if schools are putting kids on devices all the time and not having them be exposed and spending time with real books, teachers will tell you and probably will know which kids are able to demonstrate reading comprehension better on one vehicle, printed versus device. And so I think we have to build up the local assessment capacity and instructional capacity to suggest this is how we do it. And what we're doing on state assessments, to be honest, is a proxy at best. If they're completely unrelated, your ability to comprehend when seeing something on paper versus digitally, if they're completely unrelated, then we're in trouble. And that becomes part of the validity studies that would go into the technical documentation. But I'm going to spend some time on the plane this afternoon looking at these things. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I want to just check in with Dr. Getty and Ms. Medina. Any questions you all have?
No, thanks. None at this time. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Other board members? Yes, Ms. Chang.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just thinking in terms of equity. Yeah, for students with a different reading style and different test taking, kind of status. So is there any assessment tool that could be more interactive? Like, yeah, I'm using the computer to do my assessment, yet allows student to mark it, and do their thinking while it kind of shows. Like on the paper, you're doing a math or something, you got partial credit, that kind of thing. So it will be more delved into what is the student's thinking process, not just looking at the outcome, point A, point B, and without looking at the process. I know it could be down the road. Thank you.
No, I was just going to say, you might want to talk about some of the interactive items that would kind of address, I think, the question.
Thank you for that question. And it's something that we're wrestling with because in our world, if we're doing something for accountability, then people want to feel like the results are comparable from one entity, one school or district to the next, from one student to the next, and from 1 year to the next. But comparability comes at a price, because with that level of standardization necessary, we lose flexibility and flexibility to tailor and to individualize things. So there's work in our field going on right now, trying to figure out, and we're pushing a lot of it at my organization, of how do we maximize the flexibility while still allowing us to make these kind of comparable determinations. And I suspect I'm an AI cautious optimist. I think it's gonna. I think it will allow us to do some of what you're talking about, to be able to do more tailoring. Probably not right out of the gate when we release this RFP early next year, but it's something we'd want to build in for special studies to see how flexible we can make things without giving up on comparability. And so you're hitting on one of the key challenges in our field right now. For these large scale, for classroom, I do a lot of work in classroom assessment. That's easy, you know. You want to work on this project, Dr. Johnson wants to work on this project. I've figured out a common way of, a common rubric to use to score these different projects, and I'm okay with it for classroom assessment. But when we're talking about large-scale statewide assessment, people expect and demand more comparability. So that's something that we're going to be continuing to work on.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, Dr. Marion, thank you for being with us today and for your work here in Maryland and moving forward.
It's a privilege. It's a privilege to work with this great department and this board. So look forward to seeing you again.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, we're going to take our morning break. We will come back at, let's say, 10:55. 10:55, we'll be back. Okay. Waiting on two more. All right. We will now transition to the next portion of our agenda. Next up, we have the comprehensive pre-K 3 literacy policy. Before I turn it over to Dr. Wright, I want to provide a few framing remarks and then contours of our process today. First, this policy is a result of Resolution 2401, which this board passed in January of this year, calling for the statewide implementation of evidence-based reading throughout Maryland schools. In that resolution, we called on the superintendent to bring forth a policy to shape early literacy practices across the state. The superintendent and her team have worked extensively on refining this policy to ensure that the first adopted version of the policy fits for Maryland students and Maryland's families, which resulted in version 3, which was delivered to the board in September. As a board, we have further deliberated, resulting in the version before us today, version 4. This process has resulted in the most public engagement that we've received in recent years on one specific policy matter, including over 2,000 pieces of feedback from stakeholders, a dedicated public hearing, continued discussion in the press, and discussion in communities across Maryland. The version we will consider today is better for Maryland students and families because of this level of public engagement and deliberation. I want to elevate for the public that whatever is passed today is a beginning. This reflects the initial draft that will be reviewed annually based upon implementation data and public feedback. Finally, I want to acknowledge that what is proposed here is a phased-in approach, and I draw attention to the timeline in the back of the proposed policy to examine specifically how we're looking to phase in. Colleagues, from a process perspective, first we're going to hear a brief presentation from staff. Then I will open the floor to clarifying questions on the presentation or any clarifying questions to the policy itself. We will not at that time begin discussion on the policy, simply clarifying questions. Then I will turn to Chair McCusker to provide forth a summary of the recommendation of the Education Policy Committee. At that time, we will consider a motion on the current version of the policy, version 4. Then we will consider amendments submitted in writing prior to the meeting. As is our custom, we will use Robert's Rules of Order to frame our discussion related to any action. Before I turn it over to Dr. Wright, board members, are there any questions on process for today? All right. With that, we'll turn it over to Dr. Wright.
Okay, thank you. And I want to recognize Dr. Collins and Dr. Smith at the table, but I wanted to have some open comments, introductory comments before we get started. So first, I want to thank the over 2,000 stakeholders who offered input into this policy. It has made our policy stronger, and I think will be in a better shape for our districts and our students. I also want to thank, obviously, Dr. Collins and Dr. Smith because they have spent hours and hours incorporating feedback, and I think have produced a very strong literacy policy. I also want to thank our board members who've worked collaboratively with the staff to provide feedback as well. I think this board is engaged in a very deliberative process to further refine the policy based on their expertise and further engagement with stakeholders. This has truly been what I'm calling a team effort. We have been working since June to develop the policy that you have before you, and I want to briefly remind the public of our journey and our work to produce a policy aimed at ensuring our students become strong readers and, when struggling, get the help and interventions they need. So a brief timeline, we started this on June 27th, which was a press release on the first draft of the literacy policy, and developed a literacy landing page on our website. Between June and September, we started getting a lot of stakeholder feedback, which was open to the public. Between July, and September, we had a literacy stakeholder panel that was convened to provide specific feedback and then to take a look at all the feedback we've gotten from the public. July 23rd, the State Board reviewed the first draft of the literacy policy. August 22nd, the second version of the policy was posted along with sign up for public hearing. And August 27th, you reviewed version 2 and also held the public hearing on the policy. September 24th, I submitted the final version of the policy, which at that time was version 3. October the 10th, the board started deliberating on version 4 in the Ed Policy Committee and approved for final consideration. October 17th, the board published the version 4 as amended from the committee. And then obviously today, you will consider version 4 of our policy. As you can see, we have continued to publish our versions on our website to make sure that everybody is aware and as they've changed to give us some more input and review. I want to say that I have a lot of confidence that the implementation of this policy will benefit students for years to come. We stand ready to support our teachers and our leaders with implementation and to provide the professional learning that is necessary to make them successful. This policy, as Drs. Collins and Smith will tell you, has 7 major components. It is aligned to the science of reading. It has a true focus on early literacy and intervening early with children. There is ongoing professional development that is built in for our educators. There is a comprehensive literacy assessment system, including formative, summative, and diagnostic tools for teachers to use. It includes a multi-tiered systems of support so that children are receiving differentiated instruction. There is going to be a large component on the family and community engagement because we know it is critical to engage our families and our communities in this work, and it is our intent to provide resources and tools to support literacy at home. And also, last but certainly not least, is equity and access for all. Right now, our instructional program in Maryland is having a disparate impact on students of color, which is a core tenet of this policy, is to close these literacy gaps. Just to remind you where we are with our literacy gaps, between black and white students in ELA, there's a 29-point differential. Between Hispanic and white students, there's a 33-point differential. Between economically disadvantaged and all students, there's a 17 points. Multilingual learners and all students is 37 points, and students with disabilities is 35 points. I want you to also know that I have reached out to the National Center for the Elimination of Educational Disparities, called NCED, at Morgan State, to design a research study on the impact of the literacy policy moving forward. And so I think this is going to be a significant role for Morgan State to play in this, and also giving us feedback on implementation as we move along. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Drs. Collins and Smith.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Wright. Thank you, State Board President and State Board. We are very excited and thankful to bring you an update on version 4 that we hope you'll adopt today. So we'll just, Dr. Wright actually went through the timeline of the feedback. So we'll briefly share that with you again, why this policy is so important and we need it right now. We'll briefly go through the fundamental principles of the policy and some of the major revisions, and then provide an update on the support and guidance and the timeline. So as Dr. Wright actually just mentioned, she pretty much went through the timeline of the stakeholder engagement that you see here. And I wanted to call out and thank the board for the public hearing session that they held in August, where we actually had different stakeholders not just submit comments, be able to publicly testify around the policy, and then allowed the staff along with the state board to make some revisions. So wanted to highlight that area. Dr. Wright mentioned our overall progress in Maryland literacy, and so we just wanted to highlight here again the urgent need. As you recall, we've talked about the National Assessment of Education Progress reading assessment. And in Maryland, our performance has declined. We've fallen from 3rd to 41st in the nation.
And also, when we look at our MCAP, Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, which has been presented over the past 2 meetings, it has also shown us there's a need to address the results of literacy and reading in particular, especially for students who are living in poverty, our multilingual learners who are one of the fastest growing student populations in Maryland right now, and students of color. So this policy is really to ensure equitable access for all students, regardless of their backgrounds. As you think about this decision, another piece of feedback that we want to make sure we elevate is this policy is tied well to the blueprint. If you think about Pillar 3 and what it does, Pillar 3 is just not college and career readiness for high school. It really starts at preschool. And so when our school districts submitted their implementation plans to talk about what is your work around literacy, they began 2 years ago talking about what is their literacy policy and their LEAs. How are you providing supports for students with disabilities in literacy, multilingual learners? What is your vision for literacy? How are you monitoring progress? What is your plan for professional learning? So it's definitely connected to the blueprint work. And if you think of Pillar 3 around supports for all students and how we're intervening, this literacy policy connects very nicely. So it's embedded in the coherent work that our districts have been working hard to do as they implement different aspects of the blueprint. I'll turn it over to Dr. Smith to talk about some of the high-level data.
Thank you so much. There are 3 pieces of data that really highlight the need for change, the urgent need for change. One of the pieces is the ready-to-read data, which we've been reporting since 2020-2021 school year. This data, we asked our Office of Assessment to pull the 3 LEAs with the highest percentage at the beginning of the year of students who were identified as being at risk for each grade level. As you can see, if the district starts to intervene early, then they close the gap, right? There are less students who are identified at the end of the year as being at risk for reading difficulties. As they progress in the grade levels, we see little to no change. This is very concerning, and it provides us with an opportunity to provide supports around multi-tiered systems of supports, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. But this, in and of itself, shows us that we need to provide the additional supports to our LEAs to ensure that they are providing and supporting those students who are identified as being at risk. The next piece of data that Dr. Wright so eloquently covered, so I won't go dig deeply into that one, shows that the Black and Hispanic students had the lowest percentage proficient in MCAP ELA across all tested grades in 2024. So again, the difference between the African American and white students was 28.3%, and this increases each year. The next piece of data talks a little bit, we wanted to unpack it by race and ethnicity and look at a cohort of students as they progress. And so looking at from 2022 to 2024, our African Americans and all of the students across Maryland, we can see that the students who score at the lowest performance level increased each year from 2022 to in 3rd grade to 2024 by the time they reach 5th grade. And we see an increase in both the Black, Hispanic, as well as our Native American students and our Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander students. So we see this desperate impact on all of our Black and brown students that is continuing to persist across our tested grade levels.
So in terms of the summary to the literacy policy, the changes, there have been a lot of changes. We've tried to capture at a high level some of the big rocks, but for Dr. Smith and I who've gone through track changes, there have been a lot of changes along the way. So just briefly, we wanted to make sure that the policy was inclusive, and so that we were listening to make sure that the policy addresses pre-K children as well as all children up to 3rd grade. clarifies MSD's role in supporting our LEAs around technical assistance, intervening very early, the promotion policies, the student intervention plans, making sure there's robust core instruction, that's first instruction, right? That students are not put into interventions and not receiving core instruction. And also clarifying the difference between the different tiers, so tiers 1, 2, and 3. The policy does not require retention. It is an option in partnership with families, and that's really, really important. We wanted to make sure we could do get our feedback to make sure it's clear. Parents are such important in this policy, and they are truly a partner, and we have to do our due diligence to make sure that that is happening. We've also, again, looked for multiple pathways for students to transition from grade to grade and to use multiple measures. That one single data point will not paint a picture for how a child is doing or for LEAs to make a decision based on one data point, but they have a variety of data points. We tried to be more descriptive in the language that's been used. Again, provide clarity on opportunities for support, and we've updated the timeline as well in the policy.
Some of the key provisions included embedding pre-K into the policy. And so within the confines of the pre-K component, we wanted to make sure that we were providing professional learning opportunities around the science of reading for our teachers of our youngest students. So working in collaboration with the Office of Early Childhood, we are ensuring that teachers of pre-K have access to robust professional learning opportunities around the science of reading. We want to make sure that we're increasing our collaboration with our Higher Ed Commission, providing ongoing virtual professional learning coaching and family engagement opportunities through easy-to-understand one-pagers provided to parents. In addition, when we started this work, we recognized very early on that we would have to add in additional supports. And so with that thinking in mind, Dr. Wright gave us the go-ahead to apply for a Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant. We were very fortunate to have been awarded, one of very few states, $40.1 million over the next 5 years to support comprehensive literacy programming. Our focus for this CLSD grant is our grades birth to grade 12, with an emphasis on disadvantaged students as defined by USDOE, which include children living in poverty, English learners, and children with disabilities. So our vision within the Office of Literacy, or Division of Literacy, is to ensure that 95% of the funding, as required by USDOE, goes to the LEAs, particularly to schools with high percentages of students who are identified as being at need. There are 7 key buckets that we're working around, which includes developing or providing LEAs opportunities to apply for funding around expanding literacy coaching. The LEAs may apply for funds to redefine and support their MTSS processes. They may apply for funds to support delivering literacy instruction or procuring instruction teachers to meet the specific needs of multilingual learners. They may apply to develop a comprehensive professional learning system within their LEA. They could apply to use funds to adopt or implement a new HQIM that's included on our Developing HQIM initiative. They can also apply for funds to enhance their partnerships with institutions of higher ed, as well as apply to increase equity in the gifted, talented programming, which may include targeted enrichment and summer programming or school enrichment programs. So that's those integral components that were included within that. The one component that was not included was family engagement. And we are working on our family engagement internally without the use of these funds because we wanted to make sure that we were providing a comprehensive way to support. And so one of the things that we have done is started to work in collaboration with our office, the communications team, to develop an education and media campaign, so to increase families and community stakeholders' knowledge around the importance of effective literacy instruction and the science of reading practices from birth to grade 8. So what we have developed is the first of 8 guides. The Kindergarten Family Guide for Student Success, you have a copy of this. This draft document does not cover all of the standards for each grade level. What it's meant to do is to help support parents with those standards that are often very hard for a child to grasp. And sometimes parents have a hard time with supporting a kiddo around a particular standard. And so these documents will support a parent with helping a kid acquire the standards. I have to note that this is not just literacy. This also includes math, because we do want this to be a cohesive look at the entirety of the elementary day. And parents should have to search in multiple locations for the content. So we do have literacy as well as math within here. Okay.
And those will be translated. It's going to take us some time, but we thought it would be helpful for you to see a draft of what we keep mentioning. So in terms of the implementation timeline and where we're going, the professional learning, which we've already started, will continue during this school year. Continuing to develop resources. There are specific questions that we believe our LEAs need sooner rather than later. For example, we have some information that would support them with designing their master schedule, so we want to push that out by December. We also have our frequently asked questions that we've been drafting that we want to push out by December as well. We think that that's a need. And then also some work around data analysis as well. We actually have a meeting coming up with supervisors as well as chief academic officers to begin to help them look at some data analysis. So we're trying to prioritize how we roll things out based on what we're hearing, knowing that we don't have the capacity, but there are certain things that we just want to start pushing out. Even with the parent guides, while we want them to go to pre-K to 8, we want to prioritize the earlier grades, and then we'll keep producing. So give us some time, but we are working on it because we want to make sure we are being very responsive. The high quality instruction materials will be forthcoming, the multi-tiered system of support. All the components of the literacy policy are to begin implemented in 27-28. And as Tanette and I keep thinking, we're always like, how can we make this clearer? So we'll probably have like a more detailed timeline. We know it's in the back, but we just want to make sure this is clear. I mean, there's a lot of information, so stay tuned for clarification documents. Also, what's to come is resources. So we actually have a video to show you that our comms team helped put together as an example of how we'll be partnering with the Maryland State PTA to do some road shows, but also like concrete information around the science of reading. Thanks to Dr. Wright for being our star for the video. But we thought it would be helpful to close with some of what we're already doing so folks can see how we're trying to be supportive. So Daniel, roll it.
Literacy is more than reading and writing. It's the key to understanding the world, breaking down barriers, engaging with diverse perspectives, and becoming global citizens. Our students need to engage deeply in reading, writing, speaking, listening, and questioning to build the knowledge, communication skills, and critical thinking necessary to succeed in life, contribute to society, and reach their highest potential. Science-aligned literacy instruction is grounded in decades of research across various fields related to education, teaching, and learning. At the heart of this approach is the science of reading, which works in harmony with teaching that celebrates the rich diversity of all learners and puts students first to create a comprehensive literacy program from pre-kindergarten through 12th grade. Despite misconceptions, the science of reading is not a new idea, nor a specific program. It's an evolving body of research that explains how we develop reading and writing skills. This research helps us understand why some students have difficulty with literacy tasks such as reading, how early identification and targeted interventions are best practices for meeting students' needs, and how evidence-based practices improve literacy outcomes for all students. In the early grades, the science of reading emphasizes the need for direct, explicit, and systematic instruction. This is because our brains aren't naturally wired to read and write, making instruction of foundational literacy skills like language acquisition, phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary, and comprehension development essential for reading success. High-quality science-aligned literacy programs focuses on these foundational literacy skills with data-driven decision-making at the core to ensure every child receives the support they need to thrive. As students enter grades 4 and beyond, the focus shifts toward deep reading comprehension and critical analysis. Instruction at this level emphasizes skills like vocabulary development, the study of words and written expression, and discourse, while also supporting students who are still developing foundational literacy skills. The Blueprint for Maryland's Future highlights the critical importance of literacy, particularly ensuring students meet grade-level reading benchmarks by the end of grade 3 and achieve college and career readiness by 10th grade. To meet these goals, MSDE is providing high-quality professional learning based on the science of reading, developing a statewide literacy coaching model, and supporting districts in selecting high-quality instructional materials aligned with the science. We're partnering with experts like SUNY and AIM to create pathways for teachers and leaders to acquire the requisite knowledge and skills. MSDE is also working across teams to develop high-quality materials for literacy that support all learners, and to ensure systems of assessment and a framework for multi-tiered systems of support are in place. Parents are their children's first teachers, and MSDE is committed to supporting families by offering resources to help foster literacy development at home. With partners like Maryland Initiative for Literacy Equity and Free State PTA, we're launching a family and community engagement hub and a traveling roadshow that brings information directly to families across the state. Through collaboration, evidence-based practices, and a deep commitment to equity, we're ensuring that every Maryland student has the literacy skills to succeed in school, in life, and beyond.
That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Wright, anything else?
No, sir.
All right. All right, colleagues, with that, we will transition to clarifying questions. Do we have any clarifying questions for staff before they leave the table, before we transition? Mr. Greer.
This is the first time we get to see this physically. I'm very excited. Thank you. This is great. It's a really good start. I'm really excited to help support the development of these. Also, sign me up for the roadshow. I'd be happy to join wherever we need it. And just a big thank you for this to be a parent partnership policy. I know it has evolved in the way that we've seen it, and I think this is a really good effort, and I think we've got a good thing going here. So thank you. In just looking at feedback that we've seen from publications, like in recent days, Maryland Education Commission, Maryland Reads, we've seen a lot of things come late, right? And they've been a little bit more public. I'd like to continue to emphasize the support of training for educators around developing culturally responsive practices in teaching literacy. We certainly have this in our guidance in HQIM. So I just want to note, we have talked about this before. This body believes in it fully. And so while those exact words don't exist in this policy, I'd love to see and express that we push this into guidance, right? So that as we get into the implementation phase of this, we're able to support educators with developing that really critical skill of culturally responsive education of literacy. So thank you all. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Are there any other clarifying questions before we jump in? And we're going to take, if it's comments, what I'd ask is that we wait until we get the board report. But if there are questions on the presentation, now is a good time. Yep, Ms. Chang?
Yeah, I do have one quick question with this. This is wonderful, but I believe there will be different languages. Thank you. Thank you so
Great.
much.
Any other clarifying? Thank you very much. All right, we're going to transition now to board report from Ed Policy Committee, Chair McCusker.
Thank you. The Education Policy Committee met on October 10th and spent a great deal of our meeting time discussing this final draft of the literacy policy. I believe we had 10 or 11 different board members in on that meeting that day, and all of which who spoke at the end of our meeting We, after listening to a couple of amendments that people wanted to make additions to the policy, we did vote to recommend adoption of the policy with the incorporation of the couple of changes that were requested, and that vote came across as for us to recommend adoption at a 5-2 vote. So adoption recommendation has been given by the committee, but not on a unanimous vote.
Great. Thank you, Chair McCusker. At this time, the superintendent is requesting the State Board adopt version 4 of the comprehensive pre-K through 3 literacy policy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And any second? Mr. Paul. So we've got a motion by Ms. McCusker, second by Mr. Paul. We'll open up, and just process-wise, we're going to open up at this time for any questions or comments. We have amendments that have been pre-filed. If you are one of the individuals that has pre-filed those, please go ahead and make a motion on that amendment and call it by number. Mr. Hands will help us move to that. We'll go ahead and do that. Are there any process questions before we jump in? All right. Yes, Dr. Lewis.
I'd like to move to sorry, I'll get used to this at some point. I'd like to move to adopt Amendment 1.
Okay, is there a second? Dr. Millie McCarthy, second. To the author of the original motion, is Amendment 1 a friendly amendment, or would you like to go through and debate it?
Friendly amendment.
Okay, is that agreeable to our seconder, Mr. Paul? Great, and is there any objection from the full board that we accept this as a friendly amendment? Okay, then that is included within the adoption. Dr. Lewis.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
I wanted to thank board leadership, committee chairs, and members who I called and texted at all hours of the night because this policy had me in knots for a while. And I'd also like to thank staff, including Dr. Wright, who also took personal phone calls out of hours to help answer my questions to inform this policy. So I wanted to publicly thank them for being patient with a new member of the board.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. All right, Dr. Johnson.
Dr. Wright, thank you for all, and your staff for all of the hard work. I just want to make one statement, and that statement is that I am still concerned about our flip triangle in terms of implementing MTSS. What guidance will you include in your guidance document that will support districts who could be identified as being in that flip triangle? Where you have more kids who are performing at tier 2 and 3 and less kids performing at school at tier 1. So I just wanted to make sure that we do address that for districts that are experiencing that dilemma.
Thank you. I just want to make one comment. I'm glad you brought that up, Dr. Johnson, because following the policy is the development of the superintendent's guidance. So to your point, Mr. Greer, about culturally responsive practices, that will be included in the guidance. To your point about what do we do with those kids, those districts or schools that have a preponderance of children that are at the opposite end, that will be included in the guidance as well. So as you are making these comments, I'm taking notes because we're already working on the guidance document.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Mr. Greer.
I would like to move to accept Amendment 2 as written.
Okay. Is there a second? Dr. Lewis. All right. To our original author, is this a friendly amendment, or would you like to debate it further?
Friendly.
Okay. Mr. Paul, any objection? Okay. Amendment 2, which can be found on page 15, section D3B3. Adds in some additional language about what will be communicated to parents. This has been included with the original motion as a friendly amendment. Okay. All right. Yes, Dr. Millie McCarthy.
Should I do one at a time?
Yep.
Okay. So I move that Amendment 3 be accepted as a friendly amendment.
All right. Is there a second? Okay, Mr. Greer, and to Ms. McCusker, is this a friendly amendment, or would you like to debate and hear a little bit further?
I'd like to hear a little bit further on this and debate.
Okay, very good. So
Discuss.
what I'll do at this time, we've got a motion, we've got a second. I'll turn it to Dr. Amelia McCarthy to explain a little bit more about what this amendment does and why you have proposed it.
Thank you. Thank you for asking for the conversation. I would just like the options that are available to students put out there before all of the explanations happen in the rest of the document. I think that when you get into the document, sometimes it gets convoluted, and if you're not familiar, like we are, with the policy and the intent, I worry that parents will not understand all of the options available to them. So that's why I asked to include just a separate call out of the options.
All right, thank you, Dr. Amelia McCarthy. Board members, we are specifically debating amendment number 3 at this point in time. So are there any comments or questions from board members on amendment 3? Ms. McCusker.
I have a question about how policy is usually written. As I usually look at policy, to me, it is usually very succinct. And when I look at this at the beginning, to me, it looks, and I know you're purposefully trying to have it be sort of redundant. Is it out of the norm to have something like this in a policy rather than just the bulleted items, and then have something like this in a guidance or FAQ or something like that? What is the norm in the formatting?
I'm going to turn to Mr. Hands to respond to this.
So reframe your question for me.
So if when you look at policy, it's usually very succinct, just bulleted, and you only see things stated once. This would be like having all of these things stated twice within the policy. So when I look at that, I see a redundancy, but I think that's sort of part of what you're trying to do. But to me, it would seem to be that this would be something that, rather than going in a policy and having portions of the policy stated twice within the policy, would it be more appropriate, or would it be the norm to have these be part of guidance or FAQ, to have restatements?
I think normally you would want to have it cited one time and have kind of a reframe or an executive summary, which is kind of what this is in a guidance or an FAQ document, but that's typical practice, I would say.
Okay, that's kind of what I was getting at. Thank you.
Okay, are there other comments or questions from members of the board? Mr. Paul.
I really like the language that has been proposed here. I also think that, I took a class in law school on statutory interpretation, and the one thing they keep saying is, they would say, never summarize the statute. Never summarize the statute. You read the statute as it is. And the policy that we're putting together is not a statute, but it's been drafted with the precision of a statute, and it's binding on us in the ways that statutes are. And so, again, my strong inclination is, let's take this exact language and let's put it in an FAQ or a guidance doc or something like that, where the target audience is not people who are looking to see the precise parsed out language of the policies we've put together, but to sort of broadly understand what's going on. And I think it's better to leave the text of the policy, which has been crafted and recrafted as it is. That's my inclination. Again, reemphasizing, I really like the summary, and I think it's accurate, but belongs in a different type of document, I think.
Okay, other comments on Amendment 3? No comments indicates you're ready to vote. Okay, then we'll move to voting on Amendment 3. All those in favor of supporting Amendment 3, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. And then Dr. Getty, can you indicate your vote? Ms. Medina?
Aye.
Okay. Dr. Getty, we did not hear you if you did vote. Aye. All right. So 1, 2, is that 7? Who's counting? I was. Yes. Well, hold up. we're in the middle of the vote.
Yeah.
If it fails, we can come back to it for comments. All right, so one more time, raise your hands, please, if you're in support. Aye. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, any opposed? 1, 2, 3. Any abstentions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so the motion fails at this time. We can go back into comments. We can bring it back if we'd like to discuss it further. Mr. Crawford, do you have a comment?
Just a clarification, what we were saying is that the language would not be included in the policy, but would potentially be included in a FAQ or another document, guidance document.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure of the clarification, so it's not that the language is killed. We're just suggesting that it be placed in a different document.
Okay. And my apologies. In the future, if there's a process question, please feel free to point of clarification and just lead with that, and we'll grant that. All right. So at this time, Amendment 3 does not pass. Are there additional discussions or motions at this time?
Additional discussion.
Okay.
I
Dr.
just
Goldson.
Yep, thank you. I just wanted to make a note that we accepted Amendment 1 as a friendly amendment, and while the language is not exactly like Amendment 3, it was closely aligned, and we've already agreed to put that in the document, so it justifies putting this in the guidance document as we stated before.
Thank you, Dr. Goldson. All right. Are there any further amendments? Dr. Mealy McCarthy.
I offer Amendment 4 as a friendly amendment.
Is there a second? Dr. Lewis. All right. Board Member McCusker.
Friendly.
Friendly. Mr. Paul. Okay. Amendment 4 has been accepted as friendly. Okay.
In fact, I really like it. Just saying.
Thank you. All right, here we go. And is there any additional questions, comments, or motions? All right, Dr. Mealy McCarthy.
I offer Amendment 5 as a friendly amendment.
Okay, and Board Member McCusker, would you accept this friendly, or would you like to discuss further?
I'd like to discuss further, and yeah, I just want to discuss further.
Sure.
Okay. Dr. Mealy McCarthy.
So my concern for putting a time on students who have IEPs goes with, sometimes it's very difficult for parents.
My apologies. We need a second on this, and I don't have one.
Second.
Dr. Lewis. All right, please continue.
Sometimes it takes a while for parents to secure special education services. And so I just think putting a timeline on it doesn't help the situation. If we're talking about children with IEPs, it should be children with IEPs.
Okay. Yes, Ms. McCusker.
Can I ask a question of Dr. Wright? And
Sure. Please make a comment, and then if you want to ask a question.
Okay.
Sure.
So what is the rationale behind having it set at 2 years?
Simply because this is a clause that's going under a good cause exemption. So what you're trying to do is to demonstrate that they've received intensive reading intervention for at least 2 years, that it's not just something that's just occurred within this year, that there's been a history of having reading difficulties. And so that's the reason when you're putting it under good cause exemption, that was the reason we put it in there.
Okay.
Because these are the children that, for good cause exemption, get automatically moved on to 4th grade. So that's
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there additional questions or comments on this? Mr. Paul.
So the language is, am I right, the language is meant to narrow it so that it's not all students with an IEP, it's students with an IEP, and we have this record of multiple years of earlier intervention. I see.
Additional comments, particularly as we've received this clarification. Dr. Johnson.
Dr. Wright, you just want to make sure that those students have received that that intervention before we go forward, right?
That's correct. It's got to be documented.
Right.
That's correct.
I got you.
Okay. All right. Ms. McCusker.
One other question. I noted Dr. Mayla McCarthy crossed out or was previously retained for 1 year in kindergarten, first, second, or third grade, and then it's stated underneath. So was it crossed out because you saw a redundancy there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to ask a process question.
Point of clarification? Yep.
Yep. So disregarding the 2-year part, can we separate this out? Because that redundancy really should go no matter how we're feeling about, the 2 years or not 2 years, that sort of philosophical idea. But that redundancy should go, in my opinion. So can this be separated out?
No. So
Okay.
not at this time.
Okay.
We're considering them together.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If the motion passes, then it's a moot point.
Right.
If it does not, given that it was submitted in writing, I would entertain another motion that would take a piece of this, and we could handle it bifurcated at that time. Fair enough? Okay. Further questions or comments? Ms. Medina, Dr. Getty?
None at this time, thank you.
Okay, then we'll call to question all those in favor of Amendment 5 as written on the screen with the changes. Please signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Okay, 2. Any opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I believe we have 5. Ms. Medina, is that?
Opposed?
Okay, 6. Any abstentions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, all right, that motion does not carry. Okay. All right, so we're back on the original motion. I'm sorry, the original version plus amendments 1, 2, and 4 included as a part of the motion. Are there any additional comments or motions at this time?
Dr. Michael, this is Ms. Medina.
Ms. Medina, yes.
I did have a clarifying question with the presentation. I apologize. I had my virtual hand raised, but you couldn't see me. So when Dr. Collins was speaking on the retention not being a requirement, I'd love to hear, I guess, from Dr. Wright or from Dr. Collins about the clarification, because in my understanding, you got the policy very well outlines the process of communication and outreach efforts that an LEA has to go through. However, if the caregiver does not engage or respond, the default result would be the retention. And so I guess my question for clarification is, would that not imply requirement, or am I misunderstanding the way that I'm reading that portion of that policy?
Thank you, Ms. Medina. Dr. Collins is going to respond to your question.
Hi, Ms. Medina. So apologies, I don't have the policy in front of me, but I recall there is a section where there are a variety of opportunities that the schools must show that they have demonstrated they've done a plethora of outreach and engagement with the parent before retention is the final decision. And there's a section where it states if the LEA has documented a clear process and a clear outline of engagement at a certain point in time, if the school system has enough data, has consulted with the school leadership, the teacher, and that decision is in the best interest of the student, they can go there. But there has to show as much as possible they've made the efforts, whether it's through email, phone calls, meeting, a variety of efforts before making that decision. And we tried to add that in there, that a variety of things had to happen. That was not the option, but the goal prior to that is to show that there's been interventions along the way, and that is not the first decision. It is only an option.
Thank you for that clarification. I guess my concern with that is, language is so important and being transparent. So it didn't really align with me earlier when you mentioned that it's not a requirement, but in essence, the default could be retention. And I just would like to kind of state for the record my concern that the data has shown the struggle that our LEAs are having with caregiver and community engagement. I appreciate that you guys are already considering addressing that. And I think what's needed is a clearly defined kind of plan with strategies that LEAs can follow to increase that engagement in order for this parent choice piece to be implemented with fidelity. Otherwise, I fear that this default option will negatively impact our neediest students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. Are there any other questions, comments, or amendments that we'd like to consider at this time? All right, with that, we're going to move to a vote then on the policy itself. We will call to question. All right, we ready to go? Okay. All those in favor of adopting the pre-K through 3 early literacy policy as stated with amendments 1, 2, and 4 as published online, they can access those. They're available for the public, 1, 2, and 4 included. Please signify by saying aye. And Mr. Schoen, can we go ahead and just do a roll call? Okay. Mr. Schoen? Dr. Getty?
Dr. Getty? Okay, I'll move on. Dr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Paul? Aye. Mr. Clash?
Aye.
Dr. Getty is aye. Yep.
Mr. Greer? Aye. Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Dr. Michael?
Abstain?
Ms. Chang? Oh, okay. Dr. Millie McCarthy?
Abstain.
Dr. Goldson?
Aye.
Ms. McCusker?
Aye.
Ms. Medina?
Oppose?
Mr. Godum? You had one opposed, two abstentions and one opposed, and
11
in favor.
Very good. All right. The policy passes. Thank you, Dr. Wright. Thank you, members of the board and the public for continued engagement, and just elevate from a process perspective that this is the beginning of our reviewing and looking at the implementation of this policy. We'll see you back very soon, Dr. Collins. All right. With that, I'm not going to talk about the time. All right. We're going to move on to the financial management system update. And again, as mentioned earlier in the meeting, this financial management system is a key component of the accountability section of the blueprint. And so as we are leaning into blueprint implementation with our partners at the Accountability and Implementation Board, I'm delighted to receive this update today. Turn it over to you, Dr. Wright.
All right, thank you. So we have at the table Donna Gunning and Krishna Talur, who are going to bring you an update on our financial management system and the reporting that goes along with that. Turn it over to you. Krishna?
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Good morning, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, Dr. Wright, members of the board. Office of Finance is today presenting a brief report on financial reporting system. Let's see. So this is a brief presentation. We're going to talk a little bit about the introduction and background that led to the creation of the system development timelines, the current status, next steps, and we'll have some time for your feedback and questions. Under the Article 534, MSDE, in conjunction with AIB, is required to establish a financial monitoring system to track the LEA data related to the minimum school funding requirements that are established under Blueprint for Maryland's Future. This is funding following student aspect of the funds. As you all know, 75% of the funds are to follow students under Foundation, Comp Ed, multilingual learners, special education, public providers of pre-K, TSI, comparable wage index, and college career readiness, as well as 100% of the funds go to the private providers, as well as the concentration of poverty grants. The reporting timelines for the data here is that LES begin reporting the data starting July 1 of 2024, that's FY25, with the expectation that the data is required to be submitted on 15th of each month, with the first data file that was expected in August of 2025. Our internal working right now is to start tracking the expenditure, analyzing the expenditure data from January 2025. The work for this system began in 2021 when LEAs were engaged in getting the system requirements, reporting requirements together between December 21 and March of 22. PowerSchool was selected as the system that was going to collect and host this data in June of 2022 that was approved by the Board of Public Works. The design, development, and testing for the system, the work took place primarily between fall of 2022 and spring of 2023, with the beta system deployment beginning in July of 23. At this time, a handful of school systems were engaged in working closely with us one-on-one in collecting the data, ensuring that the processes work, and as they say, shaking out bugs in the system. The system was available for pilot testing starting July of last year, where MSDE staff from PowerSchool worked with school systems in collecting the data, answering their questions, crosswalks that needed to be set up to transmit the data or transfer the data from the financial systems used in the school systems to MSDE, with the data collection beginning in July of 2024. The financial reporting guidelines, which is affectionately called the Baby Blue Book these days, was published in April of 2024 with an update in June 2024. At this point, we are working on continuous data collection, troubleshooting, and system maintenance that is required to keep the system up and running. We are working with several LEAs, primarily around their data load challenges. They are in two categories. There are certain school districts that use a system called e-finance that's created by PowerSchool itself. So the integration between the e-finance and the PowerSchool data collection system is taking some work. There are some school systems that are in the middle of upgrading or replacing their own financial management systems. So they're working on that timeline and working with the department in providing the data that's needed. As I mentioned, the expenditure reporting and monitoring work will begin in January of 2025. This is what we consider the base year of collecting the data. Once the data is collected and ensured that the accuracy of data is verified, we will work with stakeholders in making the data available in a public view portal starting next year, prior to which the board and all the relevant stakeholders will be notified. That was our brief update on the system. We stand ready for any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Board members, questions, comments? Mr. Godam.
Hello, I just had one quick question. So does this mean that the public access will be on the full year 2025 data that will be available in 2026?
Correct. That's where the data, yes, that's our plan.
And in future years, does this also mean that public access will be like of the year like behind the current year?
The entire fiscal year data, it takes the whole fiscal year for the data to be reported, and actually the end of year data is not available until the October of following year. That's when the full picture of the data is available to the public. How the data is going to be displayed and the mechanics have not yet been established. Once that is clear, we will bring that back for your information.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Crawford.
Just want to for the purpose of the board and the public, implementing systems like this is anything but child's play. It takes typically about 2 to 3 years to sort of shake it out to where it's really useful. There's a lot of work going on behind the scenes. I suspect that the way that some LEAs track their accounting code structure, how it's set up, probably is not compatible with ours, so you have to have interfaces. There are a whole host of things that are going on behind the scenes, impacting workload for MSD, but also at the LEA levels, and especially in the smaller LEAs. So this is a large effort. It's going to prove to be very beneficial. The transparency will be great, but I just wanted to highlight and just compliment our team here as well as the LEAs for the additional effort necessary to bring this system online. So again, it's a 2 to 3 year effort at best for something as complex as this.
Absolutely, I echo the sentiment. And one particular person along with the MSDE team is the CFO for St. Mary's County, Tammy McCourt, who has been an invaluable player and has supported this effort very much so. Just wanted to highlight that and give a shout out to her.
Excellent. Further questions or comments? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right. At this time, we're going to be having the introduction of new LEA superintendents. I'll turn to Dr. Wright to welcome them.
Thank you, and it is absolutely my honor to welcome our new superintendents. They're here in the audience today. As you well know, the role of a superintendent, Dr. Golson, I'm sure you can appreciate this, is it can be absolutely very rewarding, but it's also incredibly challenging and very important, obviously, to the work of what goes on in our districts and with our schools and with our classrooms. So we're incredibly grateful to your leadership. I look forward to the continued collaboration that we've already got underway, and know that we are here to support you in everything that you do. And so I'm going to ask each of you, if you wouldn't mind, to introduce yourself and tell us what district you're from and a little bit about what you're planning to do this year. Jamil, I'm going to turn to you first. Come on up to the table. Yeah. Yeah, sure. There's only one superintendent that couldn't make it today, and that's Montgomery County Superintendent. So we will honor Dr. Thomas Taylor another day. Punch that little button in front of you. There you go.
Good afternoon, almost. Want to thank you for having me, Dr. Wright. State Board of Education, thank you for having me first and foremost. I'll just be brief. I know we got 60 seconds or 90 seconds to go, so I'm not going to sit up here long. But I started my educational journey as a social worker, actually in Newark, New Jersey. But I got my biggest break to come down to Washington, D.C. and be a special education teacher for 8 years. Well, not a special education teacher for 8 years, but I got my start in education being a special education teacher. And in doing so, that gave me the opportunity to work with disadvantaged youth that is seemingly that's considered the underdog. So that's where I got my passion to want to work with students and expand that. And having the opportunity to be the superintendent of Dorchester County gives me an opportunity to focus on all students all the time. And I think by us being able to get there, one of our key priorities, we have a couple, we can't focus on too many, but one of our key priorities for this year is instructional leadership. And I believe that it starts with the leaders in the building to ensure that students are getting the best teaching and learning opportunity inside the classroom. So we're doing that relentlessly this year, focusing on walkthroughs, having 2 walkthroughs a month with the entire leadership team from the central office and other principals in the district. So we're walking around making sure that we're providing good feedback and calibrating on what good instruction looks like in Dorchester County. And we want to get away from being a school system that focuses heavily on discipline, because I believe that you can focus on discipline, but you can simultaneously focus on education as well. And if you have good instruction in the classroom, that will eliminate some of the discipline problems that's going on inside of the school setting. So that's what we're focusing on this year, instructional leadership, and we'll continue to do so over the course of 4 years.
And this is Dr. Jamil Thompson.
I'm sorry, Dr. Jamil Thompson. And I'm the proud superintendent of Dorchester County Public Schools.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson.
All right, Dr. Ava Tasker Mitchell. Come on down.
Good afternoon, Chairman
Good afternoon.
Michael and Vice Chair Dr. Golson. And board members. Thank you so much, and Dr. Wright and her team. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Ava Tasker Mitchell, and I am the proud superintendent of the Somerset County Public School System. This year, our priority and our main focus, I've been on the job 90 days, is to absolutely build relationships and make connections across our district. The second focus that I have is to build and establish strong systems and structures so that we can focus deeply on instructional leadership in and throughout our schools. And I will also share, I had a very traditional route that I took to be in this seat, which I'm very excited about. So, of course, started out as a teacher, as a department team leader in schools, and then went to the district level and had the wonderful opportunity to be an executive director for curriculum instruction and to also be a principal supervisor in 2 districts in the state. So I've had the wonderful opportunity to work in 4 districts in the state of Maryland. I love Maryland, and I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I thank you all for approving my superintendency to be in Somerset County. So thank you, and I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Mary McComas.
So good afternoon, Chairman Michael, Dr. Golson, members of the board, and of course, Dr. Wright and Dr. Collins. It's a privilege to be here today. I'm Mary McComas, and I am the proud superintendent of Kent County Schools. My journey in education began here in, I'm a proud graduate of Baltimore City Schools, and I've served as a secondary teacher and administrator in Harford County, followed by serving as a principal here in Baltimore City Schools, where I worked with Dr. Johnson briefly, followed by central office leadership in Baltimore County Schools, notably as the chief academic officer, and also served as principal of Sparrows Point Middle School most recently. And so I, too, this is my 4th LEA in the state of Maryland, and I love the Chesapeake, so homegrown. Our focus here in Kent County this year academically is really on those strategies that are aiming to elevate our achievement in both mathematics and literacy. More specifically, working with our students around close reading, and in math, we are pairing that by using the 3-read strategy with Math Talks, and focusing on our writing standard 2, where we're supporting students both in math and reading, and supporting claims, reasoning, and evidence, because we know fundamentally that career readiness is about taking information from disparate sources of information, analyzing that, and putting forward a solution, a proposal, an invention, right? And so we are focusing on those things that cut across all the disciplines to ensure those skill sets are growing grade upon grade. Culturally, we're focusing on implementing restorative practices, specifically with our middle school, while our elementary and high school leadership is getting trained up on restorative practices. And last but not least, certainly as a new superintendent, engaging the community. We began a series of community conversations to engage our parents and stakeholders with input into our strategic plan, our facilities plan, and our budget process. So that's the work that we are actively doing in Kent County these days. So please come visit. Thank you.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Mr. Bill Barnes from Howard County.
So good afternoon, Dr. Michael, Dr. Golston, Dr. Wright. It's a pleasure to be here. Excuse me. I'm Bill Barnes, I'm proud superintendent of the Howard County Public School System. My journey began as a middle and high school mathematics teacher and teacher leader in Baltimore County Public Schools before spending the last 16 years in Howard County as a mathematics curriculum content leader and then a curriculum director and most recently chief academic officer. I'm excited to be including the community in our work this year. We have two major areas of focus. First, focus on the making sure that each and every one of our students is available for learning, and that includes prioritizing the safety and security of our students and staff. And also it continues with a focus on chronic absenteeism and examining the disproportionality in our discipline data. The second big focus area is certainly on the learning itself, making a big move in instruction, and particularly as it relates to early literacy, middle school mathematics, and making sure that our students graduate or leave high school ready for college or career and with their dreams intact. So I appreciate the support and leadership of this board as we work together for all children in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we want to get a picture with our superintendents?
Let's do it.
While they're here? All
Yes.
right, let's do it. Come on down. Yeah, go inside. What are you doing?
Taking everything in my power.
All right. Thank you again to our newly minted superintendents for joining us.
Yes.
Our superintendents are such critical partners to our work, We cannot do this work without you, particularly as we think about implementation of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. You are our frontline partners in ensuring that this is not an exercise in compliance, but one of truly reforming and improving our public schools. So thank you. All right, at this time, we are going to prepare to adjourn to executive session. Pursuant to Section 3305B7 and B13 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 5 appeals, confidential FY26 budget estimates related to child care scholarship, and receive a board leadership update. The public meeting will reconvene at, are we saying 2 o'clock? Maybe a little bit before, but let's say 2 o'clock for now. All right. With that, is there a motion to move to executive session? Okay, Mr. Paul, a second. Ms. Chang, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? All right, here we go, executive session. for our afternoon block of the State Board of Education. Excited to bring us back to the to open session for a public session for our State Board of Education meeting. First up this afternoon, we are delighted to have some of our finest school leaders in the building with us today. In a second, we'll be turning it over to Dr. Wright. Just want to, just for a second before I turn it over, this board, we had the opportunity to meet our new school superintendents earlier today. And we know that when we think about the work of improving public schools in the state, leadership matters. Not only does it matter, but it is fundamental to ensuring that our work through the Blueprint through Maryland's Future is not simply an exercise in compliance, but one of true transformation of public education. And to that extent, leadership at the superintendent level and at the principal level could not be more important. When we think about the work of improving public education in the state, it happens in our 1,400 schools. That is the unit of change. And so couldn't be more excited for us to be honoring our school-based administrators today from MAESP and from MASSP. So without further ado, pleased to turn it over to Dr. Wright, who will introduce our special guests.
Thank you, thank you. And we do have the privilege today of honoring our 2024 Maryland Principals and Assistant Principals of the Year. And having been a former principal, this warms my heart dearly, because I tell you what, you great job, challenging job, but one of the most rewarding positions I think you could ever have. So I want to introduce two folks to you today. But before I get started, I really want to give a shout out to Addie Kaufman. Dr. Kaufman served as the executive director for the Maryland Association of Secondary Principals. She thought she had retired and ended up with a full-time job. And she was amazing. She was a former principal in Howard County. She did an outstanding job there. She did an outstanding job leading the organization. So I just want to give her a shout out for all the years that she gave to that organization. So we have with us today Dr. Joshua Fine, who is the president of the Maryland Association of Elementary School Principals, as well as being the principal of Flower Hill Elementary in Montgomery County, and Mr. Christopher Truffer, who is the executive director currently now of the Maryland Association of Secondary School Principals. So the honorees were selected through a very rigorous process that was led by both their organizations, as well as collaboration with their national partners. So there is a National Association of Secondary School Principals and a National Association of Elementary School Principals. So a great way to collaborate on honoring the best of the best. So I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright, and thank you for those kind words about Addie Kaufman as well. Good afternoon, Superintendent Wright, President Michael, our esteemed members of the State Board of Education, and our guests here today. My name is Dr. Joshua Fine, the president of the Maryland Association of Elementary School Principals, or MAESP, and I'm honored to introduce this year's nationally distinguished principals from the state of Maryland. Since our inception in 1946, MAESP has dedicated itself to the advancement and support of elementary and middle-level school leaders across the state of Maryland. Today, we gather to celebrate our outstanding leadership in our schools through the National Distinguished Principals Program, which was established in 1984. This cherished program recognizes elementary and middle-level principals who exemplify high standards for instruction, student achievement, character, and school climate within their learning communities. It is with great pride that MAESP, in conjunction with the National Association of Elementary School Principals, NAESP, announces Dr. Reagan Klutz and Mrs. Melissa Schindel as our National Distinguished Principals for the year. Dr. Reagan Klutz has made remarkable strides during his 7 years as principal at Pangbourne Elementary School. Through his leadership, Dr. Klutz initiated a complete overhaul of instruction that resulted in rapid improvements in literacy data. Dr. Klutz has built a nurturing environment rooted in love, care, and service, underpinned by open communication, trust, and a belief in the power of collective efficacy. Dr. Klutz has strengthened community partnerships and established a commitment to servant leadership, resulting in invaluable resources for his school community, including an in-house food pantry and programs for holiday meal and gift support. These initiatives are especially significant at Pangbourne, where 100% of the pre-K through 5th grade students qualify for free and reduced meals. His dedication has led to improved teacher retention and, more importantly, a positive impact on student outcome. Our other honoree, Mrs. Melissa Schindel, has been a driving force in middle school administration for over 23 years and is currently the principal of Glenwood Middle School. While at Glenwood, Schindel spearheaded a comprehensive school-wide data review to identify the root cause of student performance issues and strategies for improvement, all while engaging teacher leaders to develop a professional learning plan that would positively impact student achievement and her school climate. Today, with a unified vision in place, Glenwood Middle School is witnessing a transformation in learning expectations that are more consistent and impactful. Mrs. Schindel has also championed student voices through her innovative initiative, Glenwood Voices, which fosters dialogue about culture, race, identity, and belonging among students and staff. This initiative nurtures a culture of empathy and understanding, leveraging student perspectives to develop actionable strategies for enhancing school culture. Please join me in congratulating Dr. Reagan Klutz and Mrs. Melissa Schindel for their extraordinary achievements and contributions to their schools and community. They embody the spirit of excellence that MAESP and our great state of Maryland aims to celebrate. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I'm Melissa Schindel, and I am actually a dual member of the Elementary Association and the Secondary Association.
And so it's wonderful to see so many familiar faces because I know you've come to our board meetings. So thank you for working with us. Thank you for this honor. It's very humbling to be recognized for something that you love and for service leadership. I will say that I would not be here if I didn't have such a wonderful staff and such excellent teachers who give everything that they have to make sure our kids are loved and supported and so that they can thrive in our school. So thank you so much. And Dr. Wright, I know your kids went to Glenwood, so there's lots of hellos coming your way from Western Howard County. So thank you so much for this honor and recognition.
Well, Dr. Michael, Superintendent Wright, fellow board members, thank you for having us here today. It is an honor to be here. Also, thank you for all you do for Maryland schools. And I thank you as a parent of 2 students in the Maryland school system and also as an employee and a principal who has what he believes is the greatest job ever. And like Melissa said, we couldn't do this without a great staff. I am just 1/160th of the equation at my school amongst our great staff members who bring forward tremendous ideas and always put students first. And I jokingly tell people that I have 750 kids. I'm the luckiest man in the world. Only 2 live with me. But the other 750 we love deeply, care about, and would do anything in the world for. And I would invite all of you to come up to Washington County to visit us sometime and see all the great things that we're doing for students there and how we put students first in our unique way.
Excellent. Thank you. Want to take a picture? Yep. All right, let's do it. Come on in. Yeah, everybody. Board member class, right?
Congratulations so much. Congratulations. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I know. The apples. Mr. Apple was like, oh, Laura was it there? Okay. There you go.
waiting for those ones.
Those-
Shoes look just.
Huh?
Just gonna take them shoes off.
I'm a shoe fanatic.
Good afternoon. I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Wright, Dr. Michael, and the members of the State Board. My name is Chris Struffer, and I am the Executive Director, the brand new Executive Director, I should say, of the Maryland Association of Secondary School Principals, MASSP. I do want to thank Dr. Wright for her kind words about Addie Kaufman. She's been a great mentor to me and has really helped with my transition into the role that I started as of October 15th. So I'm very proud to be here, and it's my distinct honor and pleasure. I am a newbie. As we all know very well, there are not great schools without great leaders, and it is my very, very heartfelt pleasure to be here to help honor two of the best secondary level leaders in the state. At MASSP, we speak about empowering, connecting, and developing our leaders, and we do so in the partnership with our national organization, NASSP. And we're very proud of that partnership that we have with our national organization. Our 2024 MASSP Principal of the Year is Dr. Yetunde Reeves from Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School here in Baltimore City. Dr. Reeves has been a successful leader in Baltimore City Public Schools as a principal for the past 5 years and has held numerous leadership roles in California and in Washington, D.C. In leading a large comprehensive urban high school, Dr. Reeves is committed to social justice education, and her passion is working with historically underserved students and supporting first-generation college students. Her nominators noted very enthusiastically that she is active and highly visible in supporting student and staff success, exhibiting an extraordinarily high level of energy and passion in all aspects of her daily leadership. Dr. Reeves leads a team of educators in collaboration with partners who believe that their students will change the narrative about needing an all-in approach to help them lead to success. She is fully committed to transforming the educational experience of her students and ultimately improving the community. Congratulations, Dr. Yetunde Reeves, on being named our MASSP Principal of the Year. Also with me today is Ms. Sherry Murphy, our MASSP Assistant Principal of the Year, and also a national NASSP finalist for the national award. Ms. Murphy is from Frederick High School in Frederick County and has been an assistant principal at Frederick High since 2018 and an administrator for 12 years. Her nominators shared that Ms. Murphy interacts positively, professionally, respectfully, and with genuine care and concern for all stakeholders she comes in contact with. She is truly a student-centered leader who always puts the needs of her Frederick High students at the forefront of her leadership action and all of her decision-making. She seeks to integrate the tenets of advocacy, partnership, innovative learning, real-world connections, and the engagement of young people in experiential learning to individualize the educational experience for all of her students. Ms. Murphy is active both within her school community and beyond, being a lead mentor for Frederick County Public Schools and in promoting the understanding of the blueprint for Maryland's future for her colleagues across Frederick County and the state. She is a passionate instructional leader whose student-first approach supports success for all. Congratulations to Ms. Sherry Murphy on being named our MASSP Assistant Principal of the Year. And in closing, I would just like to say that you heard a theme with both of these leaders: students first. They exemplify that each and every day, and that is what they are all about. So I would ask Dr. Reeves and Ms. Murphy to both come forward and speak to you and say a few words. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wright and board members. Thank you
Good
so much for
afternoon.
this incredible honor. At Dunbar, we've worked incredibly hard to create a school that students love, and I am incredibly proud of the gains we've made together. I've had a front row seat to our school transformation, and what an incredible journey it has been. Our enrollment has grown. We've seen growth on state assessments. We've expanded our AP program from 3 to 9 courses. In 2020, 40 students were enrolled in AP classes. Last year, 139 students were enrolled. Through partnerships with 3 colleges, BCCC, Coppin State, and University of Maryland, we now offer dual enrollment courses on campus, and our students are embracing their college potential. Seeing our college-going culture thrive with alumni like Joshua Fed excelling at Harvard University has been a career highlight. Our school is focused on our vision of every student graduating proficient or above, being accepted into a 4-year college, and having a post-secondary plan. The work I do would not be possible without an amazing team. The Dunbar staff is relentless in their focus on student success, always striving to grow and collaborate. We are also fortunate to have coaches, community partners, and other stakeholders deeply committed to supporting our work. Our students are simply incredible. They have a deep investment in their learning, and they share the same goal as we do. They are college bound. I'm also deeply grateful for the families who partner with us. Throughout my career, I've worked with incredible communities, and Dunbar is no exception. It truly takes a village, and our families are that village. To my own parents, Dr. Joyce King and Dr. Cecil Reeves, thank you for the mentoring, guiding, and for setting the bar for me. You continue to model and exemplify what educational excellence means. To my colleagues, mentors, and friends, thank you for inspiring me. And a huge thank you to my brother, Dr. Jabari Reeves. It's a blessing to live my professional dreams every day. Thank you, NASP, for this honor, and MSDE for this recognition. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, again, members of the board and colleagues and guests. It is truly an honor to be here with you today to be recognized as the MASSP Assistant Principal of the Year. I am a product of Maryland Public Schools. I grew up in Baltimore County. I have 3 children who all will graduate. My youngest graduates this year from Frederick High School, so it's awesome to be able to work in the building that my daughter gets to graduate from. So makes you very passionate about what's happening in your building. This recognition is not just a reflection of my work, but a true reflection of the amazing team of educators and students and families that I get to work with every day. As assistant principal, we have the unique opportunity to shape students' lives and create an environment where learning and growth truly thrive. We are not just leaders, we are advocates, we are mentors, we are partners in their educational journey, and this award serves as a powerful reminder of the difference that we can make when we lead with empathy and genuinely believe in the potential of every student. I'd like to thank the Board of Education for this recognition and extend my deepest gratitude to my colleagues and my staff, my students, and my family for their constant support. This award belongs to all of us who are dedicated to making a difference every single day. Thank you.
All right. Next on our agenda, we're going to be diving into analysis of federal programs, grant programs, and LEA fund balances. Our Strategy and Transformation and Finance Committee had the opportunity to review this in committee, and so bringing an overview of that presentation to our full board. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Wright.
Just to introduce the folks that you have seen here before, Christian Shalor and Donna Gunning, who do an amazing job in our finance department, and so I'm going to turn it over to them.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board, Dr. Wright. This presentation is an update on the federal fund balances at the department level and by LEA. You can click through there. We looked at the balances by the ESSER funds. Those grants are ended September 30th. So we looked at the COVID ESSER funds. We looked at our federal ESEA funds, which are our titled programs. So Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV. We also looked at the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, and our Perkins Grant funds. And then we also provided local education agency fund balances, which I'll talk a little bit more about later on. So we have spent the majority of the ESSER 1 and 2 funds. The ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds are available for a late liquidation, which means that they can extend the time to submit invoices, but not extend the time to obligate those funds. Everything had to be obligated by the end date for the grant. But if you have supply chain issues or capital projects that you're using those funds for that may take beyond the grant period to complete, you are eligible for a late liquidation for those funds, and a number of LEAs applied for those late liquidation options. So as of September, 75% of the funds have been spent. I am happy to report that, so the September date is actually August because it's a month behind. So in October, we received more than $300 million in reimbursement requests. So that $441 million balance is drastically reduced as of today. Alrighty, so I'm going to skip that first point because that no longer applies. The 3 LEAs that have spent less than 70%, that number is changed as of today. Baltimore City, I think, submitted a $200 million expense reimbursement. They were one of the ones that had more, had spent less than 70%. So as I stated in that committee meeting, I wasn't really worried about these LEAs spending their funds. This information confirms that. Next. Okay, so now we're moving into the ESSA, or elementary, I'm not going to say it right. Yeah, it's the ESEA titled program. So for Title I, so Title I has 2 programs, one of which is the school improvement funds. It's a component of Title I, and so the data that we provided showed Title I by LEA and school improvement by LEA. We also showed the state administrative categories and how much funding is there. The big picture information for these ESEA programs is that the department is working feverishly to clean up some old accounting practices that were not, funds were not put in the right bucket, if that makes sense. So if you are spending something out of admin, state admin, the revenue that comes in needs to go to admin, not regular Title I. And so we are in the process of cleaning up a lot of that misalignment of funding. And so when we get that finished towards the end of the year, we'll be able to come back and show the board report data that shows there's nothing, there's no negatives, everything is cleaned up and good to go. Same thing with Titles 2, 3, and 4. This shows the balances for 21, 22, and 23. Again, we talked about the negative balances here that are being cleaned up by the department. And we hope that by the end of December, we will be able to show new data that shows that all cleaned up. Next, Title IV, same situation with Title IV. There is a current tidings waiver application for fiscal '23 that has not yet, US Ed has not yet responded to. The earlier tidings waiver for '22 was approved. And then for IDEA, there are 3 separate programs under IDEA. One is in infants and toddlers, one is for preschool, and then K-12 students. The same issue with these balances that we've talked about previously. And again, at the end of the year, we're hoping to have an additional report that will show this data all cleaned up. And the same thing with Perkins. Perkins is a program that provides funds for career and technology opportunities for students across the state. That they also provide funds for higher ed and apprenticeship programs. Same situation with the data. By the end of the year, it will be clean. Okay, so now we're going to talk about local fund balances. So we are shifting, we just took a left turn. So all of the data on the federal programs was data that flows through the department. So it comes from the federal government to us, then we pass through to the LEAs. This information that I'm about to talk about with respect to local fund balances is all about local LEA budgets and how they spend their money, and this is how they spend the money that we allocate to them from the state funds, from federal funds, and then how they allocate their local funds. And each LEA has what we call a fund balance. And for most organizations, budgeting for a fund balance is appropriate and necessary to properly operate your organization. Most local boards of education also have a policy of where they limit the fund balance to anywhere between 2 and 5, sometimes 7% of their total budget. What the data that we presented shows the total fund balance and then the amount that is assigned and the amount that is unassigned. An assigned fund balance is where you have funds that you have deliberately set aside for future costs, whether that's a technology refresh, a textbook refresh. In some cases, it can be a salary adjustment for a certain group of employees. Those funds are in an assigned fund balance, meaning they're restricted. They can only be used for that purpose in that fund balance. The other bucket is an unassigned fund balance that is essentially unrestricted, and the LEA has the flexibility to use those funds in whatever way they need. Questions? Yes.
If funds are committed but not yet spent, that would be unassigned?
Correct.
Okay.
They call them committed, they call them assigned. There's different technology, different words that different LEAs use, but essentially it's restricted versus unrestricted. So restricted funds are identified for a very specific use. Unrestricted is they're not identified for any specific use.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Questions, thoughts from the board? Mr. Crawford.
This is unprecedented. This is the first time since I've been on the board that we've had this level of transparency. I know there's a lot of work that goes into that, and I want to compliment the team on putting this together. This level of transparency is absolutely necessary, especially when you're looking at tight budgets and whether money's being spent, and being able to be transparent in this. So I want to compliment you guys, and I know that we'll continue to make further enhancements as we go. Thank you.
Yes.
Other comments from the board? Ms. Medina, you good?
Yes, I'm good, thank you.
All right. All right, well, I think that's it. We had a whole series of questions in committee, so I think we've covered this at great length. We really appreciate you coming and providing us this level of view into the work that the department's doing to really ensure that our federal grants are well spent, and that we're really coordinating that work well with local school systems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. And moving on to our next item, financial reporting requirements.
Yes, we are requesting that the state board authorize notification of the state comptroller to withhold 10% of the November state aid payment and each subsequent installment for any LEA that is not in full compliance with 5-114 of the education article by the time of the November payment. And I'm going to let them take it over and explain the process.
Okay. So the statute that Dr. Wright referenced relates to the annual financial reports and financial statement audits that local school systems are required to submit to the department. The financial statement audits are due by September 30th each year, and the statute allows the superintendent, with the board's approval, to request the comptroller to withhold funding from the next state aid payment, which would be November, for any LEA that is not in compliance. As of last night, there were 3 that were not in compliance. We have heard from 2 of them that I think all 3 of them are having issues related to the implementation of a new financial management system, and that they are working diligently through that work with their audit firms to make sure that they're able to get the audited financial statements prepared correctly, and then they will submit that package to the department.
Great. So we have requested action. Before we move to that, are there any clarifying questions on the process here? Okay. All right. Then the state superintendent has requested our action, and that, again, is to allow her to request withholding 10% of the November state aid payment and each subsequent installment for any LEA not in compliance with 514, the education article, at the time of the November payment. Is there a motion to that effect? Dr. Goldson? Mr. Crawford, second. All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Yeah. Board Member Medina?
Abstain, please.
Okay, abstain. All right. Motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, we are now moving on to our next item, Baltimore City Public Schools waiver request of COMAR 13A020603A. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Wright to introduce staff presenters.
Yes, Alex Reese is going to be presenting this article to you. And Alex, as you know, is my chief of staff. We are requesting action. Baltimore City Public Schools is requesting a partial waiver from the State Board of COMAR 13A020603A, state financial assistance under the Foundation Program, to remove the age-appropriate immunizations requirement for the September 30 student count solely for the purpose of calculating state aid under the Foundation Program. And Alex, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Perfect. Well, good afternoon, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, members of the board. As Dr. Wright mentioned, we bring you today a recommendation from Dr. Wright related to a partial waiver of the September 30th student count regulation for Baltimore City Schools. I believe Donna Gunning and I stand between you and your closing business for today, so we have prepared 100 slides and will speak for 2 hours. We are kidding, of course. Actually, this will be quite brief and relatively straightforward. As you may know, state aid funding provided to local school systems is determined annually based on the count of students at each school as of September the 30th. Students who have not received required immunizations must be excluded from school and are not included in that September 30th student count. Local school systems subsequently do not receive funding for these students. Each year, prior to September 30th, Baltimore City Public Schools takes a series of steps to ensure students have access to required immunizations. They work with the Baltimore City Health Department and Total Health Care to provide immunizations for the students of Baltimore City. At clinics held on September the 5th and September the 13th, more than 400 students were vaccinated, and weekly clinics were held in locations across the city. Due to the number of uninsured or underinsured students served in the city, city schools relies heavily on community partners who access their vaccine through a program called the Maryland Vaccines for Children, or VFC. On September 19th, city schools received notice from the VFC program indicating that they were experiencing a backlog in shipping orders. Vaccine shipments were delayed for Baltimore City students and arrived behind schedule after that September 30th date. As a result, city schools had to cancel the weekly vaccine clinics at their central office and at schools across Baltimore. Based on attendance at clinics in previous school years, city schools had anticipated hundreds of students would have attended those clinics. On October 2nd, vaccines did become available. City schools worked with Total Healthcare to resume vaccination clinics at 15 schools where a large number of students still needed immunizations. As of September 19th, before the 30th count date, 1,521 city school students had yet to receive age-appropriate immunizations. By October 3rd, after that 30th date, this number had decreased to 889 students, a reduction of 42%. Last Friday, city schools held a mass vaccination clinic at their central office, and clinics will continue through the month. On September 27th, city schools contacted the Maryland Department of Health, MDH, to request permission not to exclude non-compliant students from school given these circumstances. On October 2nd, MDH granted city schools a 21-day extension to obtain documentation that each student has received certain required immunizations. During this temporary extension period, Baltimore City Public Schools may permit non-compliant students to remain in school. City schools submitted to MDH on October 8th their action plan, and a copy of this plan is enclosed in your board materials. Also in your materials is a letter city schools sent last week to Dr. Wright. While MDH's waiver allows students to remain in school, the September 30th student count regulation still excludes students who are not immunized from the calculation of state aid funding under the foundation program. What this board can do is grant a partial waiver to remove the immunizations requirement for the September 30th count solely for the purpose of calculating state aid funding under the foundation program. During the pandemic in 2020 and 2021, this board approved similar waivers to the specific requirement embedded in regulation. Considering the disruption to vaccine supply, the City Schools is requesting, and Dr. Wright is recommending, that the board grant a partial waiver of COMAR 13A 020603A to remove this age-appropriate immunizations requirement for the September 30th student count solely for the purpose of calculating state aid funding under the foundation program for fiscal year 26 only.
Very good. All right, do we have any questions from the board? Any questions? All right, with that, we have a request for a partial waiver from the State Board, COMAR 13A 020603A, State Financial Assistance under the Foundation Program to remove the age-appropriate immunizations requirement for the September 30th student count solely for the purpose of calculating state aid under the Foundation Program. Is there a motion to that effect? Dr. Goldson, is there a second? Dr. Lewis. All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand.
Aye.
Right. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Unanimous. That is approved. Thank you. All right. We are now moving on to our state board member updates portion of the agenda. Opportunity for us to hear, to share out about our committees. I'll turn it over to Chair McCusker for education policy. What's that? Oh, that's right. We did that earlier. Any further updates? Mr. Crawford?
Our committee, the Transformation and Finance Committee, will meet on November the 12th at 4 o'clock.
Very good. All right. I do want to acknowledge that we have several members of the board that are headed on their way to NASB in Kentucky. Is that in Louisville? What's that? NASB, the National Association of State Boards of Education. So Board Member Chang and Board Member Greer are headed on the way to the airport right now, and Mr. Hands will be quickly behind them. So we're looking forward to them representing us, and Alan from our legal counsel will also be joining us. I'm sorry, Mr. Dunklo will also be joining the team NASB, and I think presenting. Is that right, Mr. Schoen? Yep. So be presenting at the conference. So looking forward to hearing more about that experience at our next board meeting. At this time, are there any other updates anyone would like to raise? Okay. Future agenda items, any upcoming events that people would like to acknowledge? Yes, Ms. McCusker.
While we're talking about assessment and accountability, I would love for us at some point to take a look at teacher accountability and assessment and how we're using SLOs and whether or not they're actually as useful as they were intended to be.
Very good. Mr. Hands.
Just one update on a potential school visit. November the 4th, we will be heading out to Washington County Public Schools. I know a couple folks are already planning to join, but if you'd like to tag along, just let me know.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Hands. All right. Any future agenda items or upcoming events? All right. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Schoen for our opinions.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. I will be brief. The State Board of Education has 3 opinions to report and 2 draft orders. First, in the matter of Renee Dixon versus Cecil County Board of Education, this was a matter that the local board requested the State Board to review a local ethics decision. And the State Board, this is this is decision 24-20, and the board dismisses the request because it has lack of jurisdiction to review the ethics panel decisions. Second is also in the matter of request for removal of local board member Renee Dixon. This is 24-21, and this is a request for removal of the board member for misconduct. The State Board found that the allegations in this matter to be legally insufficient to further process with this request. But the matter does not impact the pending request for removal that's already at the Maryland Office of Administrative Hearings. And the final opinion is Todd T. versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This related to a magnet school admission. It's number 24-22. And the State Board affirmed the local board decision. There are 2 draft orders to report that will be signed by Dr. Michael. First is Christian F. versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. The board president dismisses the action for failure to exhaust the administrative remedies. This is order 2418. And the second is Elizabeth Thatcher versus Harford County Board of Education. The board president is staying this appeal pending a decision from another case that's very similar that's pending in the appellate courts of Maryland, and that's order 24-19. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schoen. With that, that is the end of our business agenda for today. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Ms. McCusker, is there a second? Dr. Lewis. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Any abstentions? Meeting is adjourned.